Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of tradition. For here, always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
All right. I think we're back again. Hope that everyone can hear us. If not, we'll just be doing the silent dance until we know for sure. I am probably muted, because I'm always muted.
I'll turn on this stream and see if I can hear anything.
This is a test. I have no idea what I'm doing anymore. I have completely lost any knowledge of clicking buttons.
We have confirmation from the chat that we can hear, and now I can hear myself. Hold on. Okay, we're good.
Right, and can they hear me too? That's always the question. Is there anyone out there?
Need to? No, yes, of course.
Interesting. To guess your own game master.
just play,
what is he really saying?
Bad lip readings, like.
I tried that the other day with Jazz. That was so hard. I kept saying things that weren't appropriate.
Don't you always?
Yes, but that was not what you were saying. All right, can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up in the chat.
I think we got a confirmation before. One luminous lamp said everyone is hearable at the moment, so
okay.
I think
Great.
we're good.
Welcome back after our little hiatus, I guess. So we had a few weeks off for Christmas. Technically we didn't. We had all the Christmas one-shots. But we are now once back again with episode 16 of our show, our normal campaign. Before we start, we do have a simple announcement, I guess. I think we only have one. We are still doing a casting call, as someone can see I posted it in there. This could be you. There's a little image in one of the corners. I don't even know. So if you were someone who thought it could be cool to join the show, you can join our Discord, get a little bit more information about it, and maybe potentially you could be the fifth person sitting. I don't even know. Fuck it. Join the Discord. That's the key element here. And the casting call ends on the 14th at midnight. I would say 14th January at midnight, because we're gonna go through them on the 15th. And then we're going to see what happens.
Just get them in before we wake up on the 15th.
Yes. If it's 1 minute over, I will delete you. No. I'll try to be nice. I guess that was the only real announcement we have. My name is Tom. I am the producer and game master of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice than toilet rolls, you come to that place. I know that's difficult. It's a really difficult one. I feel like toilet rolls, they just kind of reproduce by themselves. Anyway.
Have you been to Woolworths lately?
Yeah.
I mean, the empty toilet rolls, they definitely reproduce. Sorry, I should have specified empty toilet rolls.
Empty
I feel like it's just like a cylinder of goodness. I don't know. Whatever. Last time we left off, I will put some music on here. Hopefully everyone can hear it. It's a little loud. That should be okay, I think. If it's too loud, chat, just let me know. Anyway, last time we left off, the four of you, including Tam, had gone to investigate a hidden door underneath a mountain, which were supposedly leading you to the first part of a key that was meant to help unlock some sort of mystery to this labyrinth of Gideon, the Karameshi mystery, as it's also called. Let me just click something here, because there is some rainbow view. There. And you had went to this place hoping that you would be able to at least uncover some more of this information. But instead, you were ambushed by 5 snake-like individual and some sort of creature that seems to be a mixture between bone and wood. Unsure what really was the case of what attacked you. You managed to defeat your enemies after a very long, hard battle. Tam almost dying, but was revived in the combat. His tattoo, however, escaped his body and flew somewhere else, which you have no idea where it is. Valentina herself had to sacrifice herself to save you guys from the fight, but she didn't help. She did help defeat the enemies. But unfortunately, you realized that you were unable to open the door now in front of you because there was only 3 of you, not 4. And it seemed each of you will be required to have this tattoo to open it. A few days had passed where you tried to come to terms with what just happened and the fact that Tam unfortunately had to leave because his father was sick and you would have to help with the farm. Spend a few days in the surrounding area trying to gather your thoughts before eventually getting a message from Baal saying that he has another job for you and you should head to Kronos as soon as possible as another mystery awaits. And we'll begin today's episode with you traveling towards Kronos. It is beginning to become night, and it's time to make a camp. And that's where we'll begin.
Do we know approximately how far away from Kronos we are? Because I know that we did do a little bit of scouting, at least on the maps, and I did look quite, what's the word I'm looking for? Thoroughly at like the distances between like Kronos and where we're heading to, because I had like my map maker tools.
Yes, it would take you 4 days in a straight travel time to get the whole way. I'd say that you have already traveled, let's say, a day to get towards there. So you're about a day's ride or day's carriage ride. No, wait, you were teleported, so you're on the foot. So you're about a day's walk away from where you were previously, going towards where the bridge is so you can cross the river, and then you can traverse into where the area of Kronos is.
Right.
Oh, hey, Mr. Tam, are you gonna put? I'll put the tent. I'll put the tent up. Hey.
All right. Sounds good. Yeah, that's definitely gonna take a little getting used to.
Hey, Miss Celeste, did we look at what was in this bag?
No, I haven't had a chance to yet.
Oh, okay. Do you want to have a look while I'm putting the tent up?
Sure. Jean, do you think you could make us a fire, perhaps?
Sure, I'll get on it.
Thank
I'll
you.
head off and grab what's necessary to set up a bit of a fire.
I do get nervous when Ingwe starts playing with fire, so...
Understood.
And I will perch myself down somewhere, not sitting on the ground, she doesn't sit on the ground, but on like a stump or a rock or something, and pull out the bag that Valentina left and start rifling through it.
Right. So there's a few things in there. The book of her grandfather has probably been put in there. That was one of the things that she left behind. Another thing is that there is a blunderbuss that she left behind, which she filled full of gold coins previously and fired.
That's right, the shrapnel.
Yes. So there is a very well-decorated blunderbuss, and there is a heart starter kit, similar to the one that was used on Tam.
So like a defibrillator, like that thing, the
Yeah,
cylinder.
the little cylinder that then turns into a heart starter. And there is 4 healing potions.
Oh my god, this is the first time we've ever actually gotten healing potions, I think.
There's also a dagger, a very well-made dagger. And there is a flintlock as well, also very well decorated.
Oh my god.
So she had a bit of tools with her when it came to situation, but unfortunately it wasn't enough.
That dagger, is it... I don't actually think I have detect magic, but I do have identify. Let me just... It's been so long since I've opened up a character sheet.
Tell me about it. I don't even know what I'm doing.
What do I actually have? So I've got identify. I wonder, rather than... Oh, I suppose I can do it as a ritual. So I'll do it as a ritual, and just see if anything in this bag is magical.
Right. We can say that. Yes, there's some magic in there. So the blunderbuss itself is not magical, but it is a tool. So, I mean, it's a normal weapon, if you can say it like that, with its own stats. The heart starter is magical, with arcane nature.
Yes.
The healing potions are, of course, magical.
Yes.
The dagger is magical. The flintlock is not.
Okay. The dagger, when you say magical, does that just mean it's +1? Or does it actually have properties?
It doesn't have properties, and it doesn't just have +1, but instead of doing 1d4 damage, it's just 1d6 damage.
Oh, right. It's quite handy.
So it's a minor upgrade, but useful nonetheless. The rest of the, I mean, you know what the heart starter do. You saw what happened last time. The rest of those, like the 2 guns, are not magical in nature, in that sense.
Yes. Right. Okay. I will, as everyone's kind of off doing their thing, I might... How familiar am I with light pistols, like the flintlock? Have I seen them being used before?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, you would absolutely have seen them being used before.
I thought so. I don't think I ever would have actually used one. But I am very wary of what these types of weapons can do, so...
I mean, you saw her use them as well, so...
Yes. But I am going to wrap it up in a piece of cloth and put it in my pack, the flintlock pistol.
Right. No problem.
But other than that, I will leave everything out, and wait for everyone to finish what they're doing, and then gather around the campfire.
Right. So there's no bullets though, because she was holding them on her when she melted to death in a horrible way. But yes.
You still smell her in the air.
Yeah, that's
Rest
not
in peace, Valentina.
lavender. Fair enough. What is everyone else doing?
I would have been just grabbing little pieces of dry wood or whatever I could find around to bring back and create a bit of a fire for the night, however long that would take. And then just go set it up.
It's not a big problem. There's a lot of, the undergrowth stretches quite far, but the trees become very thin over time, but it still belongs to the undergrowth all the way through the riverside. So you can definitely do that. There's definitely dried branches and suitable for similar situations.
Yeah. Sweet.
Can you make a perception check for me as well?
Yes. First check, 2022. Oh, it's not bad. It's not bad.
It's not bad, Mick.
20, dirty 20.
All right. So while you're doing that, it's becoming a little darker, obviously, and you notice that a little further down, there's a house, like a little village house with plumes of smoke coming out of the chimney, and looks like there's lights on the inside. But it's not so far away. Maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes walk.
Okay, and this is while I'm like out grabbing wood. I notice this, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Once I sort of return back to the group, I just probably nothing, but I thought I'd just mention it. About 5 minutes down the line, I think I can spot what looks like a little house of sorts.
Oh, cool.
I could see little lights on in the window and then a little bit of smoke coming out the top of the roof, the chimney.
Are they
So
friends
yeah.
of yours?
point.
Sorry, Ingrid?
Are they
Friends?
friends of yours? Is this...
No. I have no idea who's in there. I just spotted it while grabbing the wood. But yeah, I don't know if we want to check it out and make sure that all is good there, that it's safe.
I don't make a habit of approaching random people's houses out in the middle of the woods because I find those people tend to want to be left alone.
As someone who's lived in the woods for many years, yes, that's very true. So
Well, you are my
that's
case
fair
study, Sean, actually. So
fair.
I think that if we would keep an eye out, if we hear any screams or anything untoward, we can go and have a look. But I'm not sure. Just hello, we're just in the area. It's none of our business, but we thought we'd just pop through. It seems a little bit, uncouth.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I can understand that. Makes sense actually. Now that I think of it from their end, haven't been there before. So yeah, all right. I'll get started on this fire then, and that way we got a bit of warmth.
Right.
I'll go and start rubbing sticks.
Anyway, what are you up to?
I put up the tent, and I've been paying attention to what everyone else is doing.
Right. So you pull the thing, stab it in there. You have this magical tent with the stars on the inside.
And I would light the fire.
Right. Of course you would.
That was the quickest fire I've ever seen.
You're really good at lighting fires, Mr. John.
It doesn't usually happen like that. Raise an eyebrow anyway.
So I've gone through the contents of Valentina's pack. If we'd like to discuss.
Sure.
So I did find this book, and this is the book I believe she was referring to when she was speaking of the stories that her grandfather told her. So we have this book. If it's all the same to everyone, I would like to sit down and read this. But if anyone else would like to look at it first, obviously more than welcome.
I'm not a great reader, but I do enjoy a story.
I can read it to you, Ingwe. We have this, and she kind of like pulls out the blunderbuss. We have this thing here, the thing that she used to fire off all of the gold pieces. So we have that. We have this magical thing. This is what was used to bring Tam back to life. So I think we should hold on to this.
Yep.
Personally, I think that I might hold on to it just because Ingwe is often doesn't have hands, and Jean is usually on the front line. So if someone, so I can hold on to this just in case anyone goes down. I have these as well, and she'll hand you both each a healing potion. So we have these that she kindly left for us, and also this dagger. Looks to be quite sharp. I think it does a little bit more damage than your average dagger. So.
Okay. Oh, I mean, I don't need a dagger. I don't know if anyone else needs one. But that crazy stick thing, that's something, I don't know, like, is that a magic thing? Is that?
No, I think you just pour things in and then pull the trigger and it fires whatever. I mean, that's how I saw her use it. It didn't seem to be magical, and from what I could tell, it didn't seem to be magical.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that whole thing, that was damn near the scariest thing that was there. When that thing went off, I don't know what the hell to think of it. Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that one. If anyone else would prefer it, yeah, like, I don't know. But
Can I see it?
Yes, and don't whatever you do, don't point it at people.
Yeah, of course.
Unless you want to hurt them. She'll hand it over.
Probably with the weapons. I'm in a funny, like out of game sense. Ingwe would probably ask for all of the things, but also doesn't. Jacob the player isn't going to use anything. So yeah, I'm just trying to keep quiet because actually what I'd be saying is, yeah, I could use that. Yeah, I could use that. And then would just never use it. Sorry to break the illusion.
I think, yeah, the only other thing would be the dagger. I think everything else is like the book, the heart starter, the healing potions, and she's hidden the flintlock pistol because she's terrified of those.
Yeah, and then the only other question I suppose is with the heart starter, you probably want it to be that like Ingwe is also a person that's a little unlikely to die. No, definitely you. You definitely should have the heart starter because you're right. I don't have hands.
You're often a wolf in someone's face.
Yeah.
And she will also, with the extra healing potion, because she'll keep on as well, just say, do we just want to keep this in, I suppose, the tent or in a bag in case someone needs it later?
Can I, if no one else wants the dagger, can you give me the dagger and the blunderbuss? And then I will probably give the dagger to someone else later down the track, if that makes sense.
Yep, sure.
Yeah.
Can I work out, DM, that if we can put in other random shrapnel into the blunderbuss? Or it has to be gold coins?
It seems like any sort of metal of that size could probably do. I mean, theoretically, I guess you could put in ball bearings.
Yeah, and I'm uncomfortable using metal. So
yeah, it's an uncomfortable piece of shit for you, technically, because you're like, what the hell is this?
And I'm
what is the
very
point?
fascinated by the
Be like really like clunky and heavy and
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's a very maneuverable object in combat. Not like a wolf.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Jean's just confused by most of the stuff in the bag, and that's why he's just like, I don't know what that is. Just whatever. You do whatever you think's best. But yeah. With this thing you passed here, so this is just one of those potions y'all been mentioning?
Yes. If you just drink it, it should make you feel a little bit better.
It's like, the berries? It's like them, but it won't make you not hungry, and it'll make you feel better.
All right. Seems useful.
I think that those berries might actually be an ingredient in this potion, anyway.
Could be.
Interesting. All right. Well, appreciate it. I'll put that aside. Yeah. No, that rest of that stuff. I mean, I got no need for a dagger, and the rest of it I don't understand. So, you'll divide that as you see fit.
Strange.
Hmm?
All of these items, and I feel like I want to turn around and give Tam. Like, yeah, Tam, you're the healer, you should take all these things. It's just...
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely going to take some getting used to. I'd be lying if the last couple of days there haven't been a few moments where I've sort of had the urge to turn around and say something to him and stop myself.
Who am I supposed to fight with now? He was most fun to fight with.
Don't worry, I'm sure me and Ingwe will be a pain in the ass once or twice.
Count on it. Makes me miss my sister, actually, out of all the things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not if you're not comfortable with this, by all means, don't talk about it. But what's happened with Alex? Is I'm assuming they're sticking with Tam.
I don't even know if they came back, Sean.
You're right. Sorry, in the moment I got lost about it. I'm sorry. Sorry to bring that up.
No, it's fine. It's a strange feeling, because really, Ali only knew I had a brother for like 2 weeks. And then I've never even seen his face before. I didn't actually know him. I mean, for all I know, we all know that Tam was confiding with deities, and I know all about those sorts of deities, so for all I know, couldn't have been my brother. But there was something about him that certainly stuck with me, so. But it does not do well to dwell on things that you cannot change, so.
That's good advice. Yeah. All right. Let's get ready for the journey ahead, I guess. Yeah, I'm happy to take first watch unless anyone else would prefer.
I was actually going to stay up reading for a while. So if you wanted to get to bed earlier, because I do like lying, so.
Sure. I prefer an early morning and a early night's rest, so sure. All right. I might even call it now. Get as much rest as I can.
Good night.
Anyway,
Night.
are you going to stay up with me for a little while, or are you going to head to bed as well?
I'm really interested in this. Did you say it was called a blunderbuss? Is that what you called it?
Blunderbuss, yes.
Oh, yeah. But I think I should go to sleep. I think I'll go to sleep too, so that I can have my watch. I'll wake me when the watch is over.
Okay. So Celeste will take the first 4 hours. And I think, like, because it's quite early still, like, if she can read for, like, an hour or so while everyone's, like, getting ready to go to bed and, like, finishing off their dinner and things like that, to read for a little while and then take the 2 watches.
Okay. Make an investigation check, just to see what you pick up on in this specific book.
Where are my skills? Investigation.
You don't need skills. Skills are for the weak.
I'll just make them up. Plus 11, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. That's that. Natural 16 plus 3 for 19.
Right. That's pretty good. The book itself is a scattered mind that has been writing this. It's like this person had a million ideas and put them into the book at the same time. So one sentence wouldn't start where it's supposed to start, and you can kind of see that sometimes there's several layers on top of each other. It's a little hard to decipher much, but there's a few aspects of it where it seems like there's been a clear moment in this person's head. One of them is a drawing of the room that you were in not so long ago, with the four needed individuals to open the door, and it does show a drawing of 4 individuals with tattoos similar to yours, touching each of the corners of the room to open up the doorway. But that's just one part, and then the rest of it following after that doesn't really make sense. It just pretty much says that there's 4 people needed to open this door for the first part of this key. It seems like there is hints that he may have had a finger in the rest of these parts of these keys as well. Not just this one, but there's not a clear image. Like, there's drawings of different things that doesn't necessarily really make sense when you just glare over it. Maybe it will have a deeper meaning later on once you have a bit more insight. But for now, it just seems a little scattered. There is a drawing of this key as well. So this part of this key, at least, is pretty much a metal-shaped object like an L. And as you can gather from some of these pictures and notes that this person have drawn, is that these all goes together to actually form an actual key. But they are a little bigger, like this size, it seems, compared to the images that he has drawn of people holding them. And you can also see small drawings of a young Valentina holding some of the objects. So you can see that he's definitely sketched after living images, and how he hasn't just made up a idea of how this looks. He actually knows how these things look, because Looks like he's the one who's placed them where they are right now. There is imagery of places with snow, with desert, with moons and grass, and there's a lot of different places. Some of them seems to bear a trace of where he may have found these things. Some of them, it's a little obscure why there's a drawing of it. But in general, it's hard to decipher what's actually going on. There is little rhymes here and there as well. They were similar to the one that you originally were in. But it seems more like this page specifically is where he made up the rhyme. So he's been crossing out words and writing other words and such. And that's the only one that you can see in this book that seems to be of a similar nature. So there's a lot of knowledge, but unlocking it is going to be the tricky part because it doesn't seem like he was that well.
Okay. So as a note, Celeste is going to keep her own notes on the grandfather's notes.
Right.
So using her background, I suppose, she's going to start, this is to start the process. She has to do this every night for the next 2 months, she will. But she will start the process of kind of categorizing his notes into like things that she think may be important, things that may not be at all important, things that definitely are important. She's going to actually go through and start organizing his notes for him in her own notebook. So
No
just
problem.
so
We can
that's
note that.
something- Yes, because I feel like that's definitely something that she's going to try and separate the fact from the fiction. If
Yes,
that makes sense.
that makes sense. Yes, duly noted.
And then she will sit down with her pan flute and begin her 2 watches.
Right. Roll a perception check for the first watch.
A natural 20 for the first one, which is a 23.
Well done. So for the
I love
first
these
watch,
dice so much.
you start playing your pan flute while you keep an eye out, and you can hear another pan flute. Seems like it's coming from that region where that house was. Similar type of pan flute to yours, but it's very, very faint.
Is it mimicking my melody? Is it infringing on my copyright?
No, it does not look like you would get a copyright strike from this one. It does seem like it's a similar instrument doing something different, but not the same.
Okay. I am going to continue playing, but almost inviting them to play with me. So I'll do like a trill and then wait. And I'll kind of do a little bit of like a back and forth with them.
Okay. After a little bit, it does start mimicking you. Like it can't really keep up or whatever is going on. It's just trying to do that. And at one point it stops.
And then if nothing else happens, I suppose.
Nothing else seems to happen.
Wait until next watch.
Right. Make another perception check.
What's that? Is that a 10? No, it's a 19.
19.
So that is a 22.
Right. Do you
I need to
continue
stop using
to
those
play?
dice. It doesn't feel fair, but I just love them so much.
That's how I feel about these ones. It's the first set I bought. They never rolled as good as recently.
They're
So-
my princess dice. They got little crowns in them. I can't not use them.
Oh, you gotta let them go. Let them go. All right. Are you still playing your pan flute, or are you doing something else for the second watch?
No, she would still be playing.
Right.
It's almost like her song of rest. Almost. I know that everyone's taking a long rest as it is, but
Right. So you hear another instrument. Sounds like a violin this time. This one seems a little closer.
oh, how interesting! Has it joined in with the other pan flute, or is it it's completely separate now? It's like by itself.
It's separate by itself.
Okay. How interesting. Okay. So when you say it sounds a little bit closer, can I gauge how, like, is it 20 feet away? Is it 100 feet away? Is it like near where Jean said the cabin was? Like, can I gauge how close it is in terms, like, roughly?
It would, like, if you say that where the cabin was that John saw was maybe like 500 feet away. That's roughly what you heard the first time. Second time now, it's more like 100 feet away. It's not super far away, but it's relatively close in that direction. But so far, you've just been sitting there playing, so you haven't really, like, you don't really know what's out there except for what John pointed out. So,
can I see anything over there? I mean, I guess that would have been part of my perception check, but like I can't see like a lantern or like a shape or lights in the woods or anything like that.
You can see lights. There is another building, another house similar to the other one.
Oh, so there are two of them, and I didn't actually see the first one.
No, but there's two houses. Both of them have the lights on. Seems like there's some smoke coming through the chimney, but and you can see from where you are because it's not that far away. The second one is closer. You can see that one has the door open. Well, that seems to be where it emanates from, the sound.
Cool. I love that. Okay. Celeste is going to crawl down. I assume she was perched up somewhere as usual. She's going to crawl down and she's going to come in really close to Ingwe, like in the tent, and just kind of like pull like his like the blanket or whatever down from like his face. Ingwe.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot you were going to read me some stories. Yeah, I'll get back up.
No, you know how you said that you wanted to take the next watch?
Yeah.
I think there's something out there.
Yeah, that house.
Yeah, but I think that there's someone. There are two houses. I saw another one. Its lights came on and the door opened.
Mr. John said if you're in the bush, you want to be left alone. Are we too close? Should we go talk to them?
I was playing my flute, and they started playing their flute.
Oh, cool.
And then they danced with me with the flute, and then they stopped. And then later on, a violin started playing instead of another flute.
Do you reckon it was like a different person, or the same person went inside and put their flute away and came out with their violin?
Maybe. At first I thought it was, I don't know, a child or something like that. But, it was a bit playful.
Yeah.
I know. But it got closer. First, the flute sounded like it was at where Jean said the house was. And now it sounds like it's right outside on the outskirts of our camp.
Well, let's leave Mr. John. Well, do you think we should leave Mr. John sleeping? Because do you think it's dangerous? If you were Mr. John and you're in the forest and someone was playing a flute near your house, would you come out and attack them, or do you like say go away like the wolves did to me?
Ingwe, I have a strange feeling about this because where I come from, dangerous things seem very harmless.
Oh, like in the... Yeah, I've got a story. There's this... my mum used to tell me this story about these ladies in the...
Listening outside for rustling as Ingwe's talking to me. Yes, keep going.
You can hear a female voice singing.
Can I sing? Can I sing with her? You got to play... Oh, no.
No.
What?
Okay.
Do you want me to go sneak? Do you want me to go see them? I could turn into a small...
I just want to say something very quickly, Ingwe. If anyone asks you, do not tell them your name.
Don't tell them my name. Okay,
I just want to say that straight up. And I'm going to lean over and I'm going to shake Jean's leg.
Stay away from my potatoes.
Jean, this is not the time for potatoes.
What's going on?
I'm sorry.
It's a magic thing, John.
Just immediately grab one of my axes.
And Celeste, you also recognize the song, actually. It's one you've heard before. It's It is a sort of a song of rest. It's a different one than the one that you know, but you have heard it before.
When did I hear it?
You would have heard it in taverns and stuff places.
Okay. So since I've been here.
Yes.
Okay.
On this side of the veil. Whatever you call it.
I just want to make sure.
No, you've heard it here. It sounds like a female voice singing a song of rest.
Is it good?
It's not great, but it's okay. That's a pretty bad performance roll, but okay. Yeah.
I don't think that they've been practicing as much as they should, but John, can you hear that?
Yeah, I think so. The hell is that? That's
And then I tell him, when I was out there and I was playing my flute, and then they started to say the same thing. And now someone's... Does it sound closer than the violin did?
No, it's still in the same direction, 100 feet away.
It sounds like they're just on the outskirts of our camp singing to us.
Yeah, that's real weird. What the hell time is it? It's not just some teens or kids causing shit. I mean, that's more of a city thing. Where I'm from, they don't really do that.
I feel like they'd be trying to... I was going to say they should be trying to scare us if they were kids, but... hairs on the back of my neck are standing up.
Should I go yell at them?
Sure. Well, why
Get
don't
off of my property.
Well, I think we've got two options. We could sneak up and see if they look friendly or not, or we could just go talk to them.
You now hear a scream, a loud female scream, from 100 feet away.
Mr. John,
Like
stop.
almost like a death rattle kind of scream.
Mr. John, stop! It's a magic thing.
Goddamn magic. All right, I'll follow your lead. I'm just putting my gear on as quick as I can.
Groggily, like forgets a sock.
Yep, 100%.
Miss Celeste, I think I should go look.
Okay, do you want me to come with you or stay back?
I think I should go look.
Okay.
In secret. If you're close to me, it'll be hard for you to see them. Yeah, I can talk to you now when I'm an animal.
Okay, and she'll kind of like lean forward and kind of put your face between her hands. She'll go, times like this, I really, really appreciate you, Ingwe. And she'll place a little kiss on your forehead and give you a bardic inspiration.
Oh, that's nice.
I want to cast Pass Without a Trace.
Right. So plus 10.
To anyone that's within 30 feet of me.
Cool.
And I'll hold that for 10 minutes. And then I'm going to turn into... Oh, this is annoying because all the cool things don't have dark vision. I think I'm going to... what have I seen that I can turn into that's innocuous? I think I'm going to turn into... I don't know if I've been a cat. Oh, yeah, that same cat.
Cats don't have dark vision, though.
I know, none of the beasts do.
What the hell?
Not rules as written.
Oh, okay, that's a little weird, but okay.
But there's lights on and stuff, eh?
There is lights on, yeah. There's lights in the house.
So I'm going to cast Pass Without a Trace,
right.
And then make sure the fire is burning really light. So
yes.
There's like, if it's dimmed down because no one's been tending to it, it's just gonna broadcast a lighter fire. So there's light, and then I'll turn into a cat. I was going to turn into a rat, but I'll turn into a cat, and I'll go have a look.
Right. So roll a stealth check. Whoever is going forth with your Pass Without a Trace.
Yeah, I think it's just me, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Then just
sitting there quietly in the tent, still just listening out.
Sean would just go to the door of the tent and have his bow ready.
2 hands. Didn't roll great. Cat has a +4 to stealth. 13 plus 10 is 23.
Right. You're pretty confident that you're pretty hidden. So what do you do?
And I'm going to go and try and see. I'm going to go and try and find the source of the singing.
Right. So it's pretty easy to see the source of the singing because there is these two houses, two small village houses. One of them has an open door that you can see close by. The other one is further away, so it's a little hard to see if that one has an open door as well. But at least it's visible. I'm going to go a bit closer and you sneak in and you can see that the door is open to this house. And there's lights on in the windows and there's smoke coming out of the chimneys though. But the door is open and you can see some furniture on the inside and you can see a set of feet laying on the ground, but you can't really see the whole situation because you're a bit away from the door.
But the singing is definitely coming from inside the house, not closer to us. Oh, have
It
the whole
was.
houses moved closer to us?
You haven't seen the houses move closer. You didn't see the houses before either. It doesn't seem to have moved.
So why? So the singing is coming from the house that's really far away.
No, so the singing came from the house that you're right next to now, and there's no singing now.
Yes. Oh, so the singing didn't continue. Okay.
No, after the scream, there was no more.
Oh, that's right. There was the scream.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Where was the? I want to go to the scream. Sorry.
Right. So the scream was inside this house,
Inside
where you
the
can
house,
see
and I
the
can see some
legs
feet.
of someone laying there.
I can see the legs of someone laying in the house.
Yes. Well, you can see some furniture and such as well, but nothing visible of danger that you can see.
Okay. Can I? There's feet lying on the ground. Can't see anything except for the feet. Don't know if I want to go closer. Can I move around outside to get a better view inside?
Yes, you can definitely do that. It's hard to see through the windows, though. They are kind of not boarded up. It's kind of like they have
Opaque glass.
not so much opaque glass. It's more like curtains, like just kind of
yeah,
curtains in front, so it's kind of obscuring the view. And there's no ledges on the outside windows for you to sit on either. So
Yeah.
it's tricky, but
Okay, I'm gonna look in. I'm gonna go to the door and look in.
right. It looks like there's a young lady laying there with a violin next to her on the ground, and she looks to be unmoving.
Can I go and look at the other house?
Yeah. So it takes you a little bit to scuttle over there.
Mhm.
So the house itself looks similar with some slight variations, like the door is a different place and such, but it looks like the same type of build.
Mhm.
The lights on again as well. You can hear a little bit of music coming from the inside, like a bagpipe or a pan flute kind of vibe, but very silent, not very loud. You wouldn't really normally have picked up on it, but Celeste rolled really high on a perception check the first time, so she would have picked up on it. So you do hear that. It's very gentle, and it also has the door open.
Okay, can I move back? Like, I'm assuming there's like a light well, like as a cat that I want to move back out of that and go out of being a cat.
Okay, you can do that.
And then I want to cast Detect Magic.
Okay. You do not get any Detect Magic. There is no spell at work that you can see.
Okay, I will speak into my sending throne and say, it's not magical, and I think someone's in trouble. I'm going to go in, so if you can come quickly, but not violently, Mr. John. When you get here, follow my lead.
Where are you?
At the little house.
Which one?
I'm gonna go to the one that's on the right-hand side, which is the... Sorry if you've got a battle map for this. I'm gonna go to the one. I'm gonna go to the one that had the girl in it.
The one with the
One
scream?
had the scream and the person lying down.
Right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, just
And
don't do
I'm gonna
anything
say
until we
this.
get there, Ingwe.
Just gonna look at Celeste as we're going out, just like, what do you mean, which house? I only saw the one earlier. Was another?
There are 2 houses.
Oh shit. Alright.
You didn't notice there was a second house, but I mean, you were tired.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to wait.
Okay.
But they're not that
Ingwe
far.
to the rescue.
They're not that far behind, right?
No, they can catch up really quickly.
Yeah. So I'm not going to wait. I'm going to send that message, and then I'm going to walk into the room that had the girl on the floor.
Right. So you enter the room, and it looks well kept in here. Like, all the furniture seems to be exactly where you would expect them to be. There's a little table and some chairs. And then there's this young woman, looks human, laying on the ground, not moving, with her violin in one hand and just laying there, unmoving.
So I'm going to lean down and I'm going to say, "Are you all right, sweet? I'm here. I'm here to just check on you." And I'll cast Healing Word.
Right. The spell fails
Because she's dead?
because there's no target.
Because there's no target. Yes.
And as you look behind you, the door has closed. And you hear the ground moving.
Still no I've got Detect Magic up. Still no magic?
It's not magic.
It's not magic.
He specifically said it's not just spell.
And the house
Yeah.
starts... it's kind of like it starts shaking.
Yeah.
But it's moving. And you look out the window, and you notice that the images on the other side of the window is not moving. And you're trying to keep balance, and you accidentally walk into one of these tables that isn't there. I need you all to roll initiative.
What the fuck? I said don't do anything until we get there.
Yeah, I thought that would be an interesting one. So, for the purpose of so far, I would say that
Are you fucking kidding me?
you see the house moving from the outside perspective.
Yeah.
You see this house simply just sliding across the ground. And the door is closed, and you saw Ingwe going in.
Yeah. Because I would have waited. I definitely wasn't just ignoring them, but I was like being Tam. I'm
Exactly.
the leader now. And so if I'd walked too far for them to get to me, I would have waited after Celeste said don't
They're
wait
like
for them to
right
come.
outside when this happens.
Yeah.
Like they're really close. It wasn't like they were like super far away. All right, let's roll some initiative.
Yeah.
I rolled a natural 1 for a 0.
You have minus to initiative?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
What the fuck?
Hell yeah.
You just don't have a round. Okay, cool.
When I'm because I rely on I've previously had high initiative when I was an animal before
True, that's why.
battle happened. Like if I was a
True.
cat, I'd have a positive. I'm from a wolf.
Very well.
No.
Celeste and Sean, what do you guys got?
23.
23?
Okay, I'm glad someone is going to be going before the monsters because I also rolled natural 1 for a 5. So
You still go first.
not for Ingwe.
I rolled the 3.
Oh.
Hey.
Right. So for the purpose of this, I'm not going to put on a battle map because you're fighting a house.
Yep.
Yeah.
However,
That's all the more reason to put on it.
if things were to change, I do have a battle map.
Ooh.
Oh,
Anyway.
I went in the wrong
Change
house. I didn't
things,
knock on the
lads.
door and talk to the dude.
So, top of the line, Sean, you see this house sliding across the ground, and you see behind it this almost like icky kind of ooze left behind as a trail.
Okay. And how far roughly am I from it?
I'd say you're probably 15 feet away at this point when this occurs. So,
Okay. And I'm assuming we would have been approaching when suddenly we would have seen the door close.
yes.
And then
Okay. Jean's just gonna go pure instinct. He's got his longbow in hand. That's how he approached. He's just gonna see this thing move and just pull and shoot and just fucking magic.
Make him tackle.
All right. Let's see. Pull up. I haven't really used me longbow much. Let's see. There we go. Ooh, not a good roll. 8.
Does not hit. You manage to miss the house.
Just in the panic,
However, you also do notice that as a side effect of you missing, you hit where you know there was house, but it goes through.
Ah.
So the shape of this thing is not the same shape of a house, but it looks like one right now.
Sort of just pause for a moment, repeat, fucking magic, and I'm gonna try run up and stay as close as I can, get as close as I can to the door, basically. And I'm gonna start putting my bow and that away. And yeah, I'm just gonna use as much movement as I can to get as close to the door as I can. And I'm specifically gonna try avoid the sort of the echo or the slick that it's sort of leaving. I'm gonna try to run around the side of that.
Fair. Oh, good.
Yeah, that's it. Keeping it simple until I understand what the fuck.
So next up we have Celeste.
Okay, all right. So, sorry, I was just looking at all my spells, and I am not a combat fighter when it comes to spells. So all she's got, and like defensive things or like healing. So literally, she's just going to like as she's running. I'm imagining that in terms of like initiative combat, she just kind of like stops as Jean just like keeps like rushing past her towards his house as she sees it moving. That's like she's just like, what the hell, just like watching it move. And she'll take out her longbow and kind of like back up a couple feet, knock an arrow, pull it back, and just shoot it towards the center of the house. Try to like bust through one of the windows or something.
Fire away.
Oh no. No, that's a 10.
Misses.
My
You
dice are
also do a
betraying
similar
me.
thing. You shoot for part of the house, but it goes through this illusionary shape.
I really don't want to time out these dice. I really like them.
Fair.
I am going to turn and like look over towards Jean, just like this eyebrow kind of like this like incredulous look on my face, and just go, "Are you seeing what I'm seeing? We're fighting a house." I did not have this on the cards for this week, and I'll give you a bonus action, bardic inspiration.
Hey.
Yeah, there we go.
Woo-hoo.
So before it's Ingway's turn, it's the creature's turn. So Ingway, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Pretty good roll. Anyway, rolled a 14 for a 13.
You have inspiration if you need it.
No, it's not minus. It's 0. I have 14.
14. Right. Are you going to use any inspiration?
No.
Nope. Alrighty. So you take 3 points of acid damage and 1 point of piercing damage as something whips you inside the house. And you don't really see it. It's like quick as a blink. And that's its turn. It continues to move away from you. Next up, we have Ingwe.
Ow! Hey! No, I can't. I still can't see any magic.
You can see that there's definitely some kind of illusionary thing going, but it doesn't necessarily have to be magic. It can be an ability.
Yeah. Way on board.
But you don't see anything that strikes you as a spell, for instance.
Yeah. That's because that's playing into that. Wow, you're a really cool thing. I don't think you want to eat me. My friends and I will have to kill you. Please don't eat me. I'm gonna cast Animal Friendship at the fireplace.
Okay. The spell would fail.
Because there's no target.
There's
And
no
then I'm
animal.
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to do that.
That's cool.
And then I'm going to keep detect magic up as my concentration. Oh, wait a second. Yep. And then I'm going to wild shape into a direwolf. Yeah.
Right. Duly noted.
And as a direwolf, I'm going to try and jump out the window.
You're trying to what, sorry?
Jump out the window.
Right. You attempt to, but there is no window.
Yep.
You hit a solid surface, and as you do, you notice it's slightly slimy, icky. And now that you notice it, the floor is a little sticky too. But not something that you necessarily would have picked up on too much before.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, we have Sean at the start of the round.
All right. So, running up next to it, what sort of rate is this thing moving at?
Similar to yours.
Okay, so we're sort of able to move up next to it.
You can catch up with it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we've been putting that away, sort of running up next to it, just looking confused and just, I don't know. Out comes the axe and just taking a swing.
Take a swing.
All right. Better 14.
Misses.
Oh no!
Fortunately, you just miss the side of the house, and again, you get a little confused because the wall isn't where this thing is. There's a little bit of mischief going on there with the dimensions of this thing, so it's a little hard for you to really figure it out.
In that instance, I'm going to stuff it. I'm going to action search.
Right.
And yeah, I'm gonna take another swing. Seeing this sort of just like take a couple steps closer in and attempt to swing again.
Go for it.
Way worse. Way worse.
What's up with your dice today?
I don't know. I rolled like a 17 for initiative, and then everything else has gone to hell.
Fair.
Yeah, total of 8. So yeah, that's definitely nope.
It misses again. It's a little bit hard to hit this one.
Apparently.
So that's your turn.
That's it.
Right.
Just keeping up with it with my movement.
Keeping up with the House Asians. So next up we have Celeste.
Okay. For my mind's eye, in my head, I'm imagining like a Baba Yaga house. It's got like feet, and it's like moving. But
you don't see anything out of the ordinary in that case. It just looks like a house. The only thing that looks weird is the trail it leaves behind it.
Okay. I am going to, looking at the trail that it's leaving behind, can I use my action to try and think back on like all the things that I've read and different creatures that I've read about and try and see if I can ascertain like what this thing is leaving behind, what it could be?
You can try. Make a... I guess it's a history check. It should be like a animal or creature knowledge, but there is no skill. So history, I guess.
History, right. What is my history? Where is it? Oh, actually, I've got really, really good history. Oh, should I roll my good dice? I don't know. Come through for me, baby. Come on. Oh, shit, the last 3 times. So let's see. There we go. Okay, that's an 18 plus a 6 for 24. I don't know. Is that right? 24? 18 plus 6. I just guessed 24.
Fair. You do recall a creature similar to this. It's called the Cradlegeist.
Cradlegeist.
It is a insectoid with slug features. It has a tendency to lure its prey into its stomach before closing its valve.
Bowels.
Valve.
Valve. Okay.
So with that knowledge, you know that Engwe is in this creature's stomach right now.
Right. Okay.
And it has the feature of mimicking things of similar size to itself.
Okay. I don't know what I'm going to do with that knowledge, but at least I know what it is.
Yes.
So I'm just going to... I use my bonus action to kind of ascertain that, so I'm just going to keep my movement and just kind of keep pace with that. I'm going to actually try and...
Are you going to tell Ingwe?
Well, because I using my sending stone as a bonus action, I use my bonus action to... Unless I yell it out as I'm running.
If you already have it out, I would say that it's fine. But if you don't
She
have
just
it
shot
out,
an
you
arrow.
have to.
Like, I don't know how she would have it
No.
from a... Yeah. But she's going to kind of, like, take the flank. So if, like, Jean's on one side, she's going to try and... That way, if it starts to veer off in a direction, they're kind of on either side of it. So she'll just kind of split from him to go around the other side to where he is. But other than that, she will just keep pace.
Right. Well, good. It turns...
Just to bug the sides of its like a house. No big deal, you guys.
Giant snail!
So it turns. And it turns towards Sean. And I need you to make a dexterity. Dexterity saving throw? Dexterity saving throw, I guess it is, yeah?
All right. Saves.
As it will try to consume you.
Actually, can I... Sorry, before we...
Yeah?
Fuck, I'm trying to find where it is. I've got my D&D Beyond on, like, a minimized version of it, and I'm trying to, like, find... I am going to yell out towards the creature... Stop eating my friends, you big slimy git! And, he has to... Oh, actually, no, it's an attack roll, ability check, or damage roll. It's not... No, it's a fucking saving throw, isn't it? Never mind. She says that anyway.
Right.
So,
How long does it last for, though?
How long does what last for? It's just my reaction.
Okay. Never mind. Yeah.
can I use the inspiration on a save? I can.
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
Well, it's going to be needed. 1 on the inspiration. Total of 12.
Okay. You take... Oh.
I don't like that sound.
11 points of bludgeoning damage.
Whew.
As the house runs you down. And you're suddenly spit out of the fireplace right in front of Ingwe. And you are now also inside it. And I need both of you to make another dexterity saving throw.
I'm now a direwolf, so I have good saves.
15 for me.
15 as well.
So both of you take 7 points of acid
Minus
damage.
5 from that, because I can do it if it's a damage roll. So if you're rolling damage, I can
Minus 5.
subtract my...
So 2 points of acid damage and 1 point of piercing damage.
Stop eating my friends, you slimy git!
And now the illusion drops. Ingwe and John, you find yourself inside a slimy cave-like organic matter. And you see all these curled up tongues on the sides of the walls.
I don't like it.
And as the illusions fades, 2 of them lash out and hit each of you as they like lick you up against the face, and you take the damage that you just received.
Can I ask a question, DM?
Yes.
They're inside a creature.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a light source inside that creature?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Focus. What you see on the outside is that when an illusion fades, it also fades on the outside. And now you see this house morphing into what looks to be the stomach is like a slug, a long giant slug with a giant house on its back, almost like a snail. But the front half is like an insectoid with 3 large eyes and 4 synth-like arms. And now I can use the battle map.
Okay, right.
So
So the situation changed.
yes, so bear with me for 2 seconds.
I'm just gonna go get a drink really quickly while we're setting up the battle map.
Everyone watching, you can go get a drink too if you want.
I just imagine it's like that online video where that guy's like falls through the roof and he lands on the ground in the shop and he's like, "Hey, Bob." Yeah. It's like that, just me getting swallowed and spewed out of the fireplace, just like, "Hey, Ingwe." Hey, John.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Let me just see if I can get it to work.
We didn't roleplay this, but I imagine, John, I've previously asked you to get on me as a wolf, hey?
Yeah, I've ridden you once before with a bow.
Yeah. I didn't, because I was attacked, take out my, like, saddle thing that I made for you.
Yeah.
But I think, like, I imagine us having conversations over the last couple of days about whether you feel, how you felt about riding the wolf. Like, is it like a horse, or how do I move better, or?
Yeah, I could see that as being conversations we would have had, especially after that instance there. Would have been like, hop on, yep, that time. And then afterwards, it's like, that was a little weird. I technically rode Ingwe, but I guess he also has been a horse before, and yeah.
Just give me 2 seconds. It seems like my phone does not want to work right now.
Oh, no.
What the hell? Never had this problem before. This never happened before.
Because you've got your axe out, eh?
Yes, yeah. I threw the bow over my shoulder and pulled out the big boy.
There we go.
Blunderbuss. That blunderbuss would be good in here.
If you had anything to put in it, yeah. All right, so
only we preset it.
So hopefully now this works. Woohoo! Yes. So technical difficulties, we had to have some, right?
It ain't
a
a
good start,
the Mayhem stream without it.
No, that's very true. Unfortunately, is it still having a meltdown? Oh, there we go.
Hey.
So I'll try to make it a little bit easier to see. There we go.
He's very pretty.
He is very pretty. This is a creature I have created myself.
I like it.
And also 3D modeled and printed.
Hey.
So this does not exist until now. So I will just swap the camera so everyone else can see what we're doing too. So there we go. Oh. And then I just need to add this. Sorry for all the technicalities.
Just as a note, DM as well, that reaction that I used, like the cutting words reaction, just so you know, it's a creature that's not immune to being charmed. So if he is immune to being charmed, then it wouldn't work.
Okay. Nope, it's all good. Okay. Nothing you tell me. So I would say that you're probably in this area where he's just swallowed up Sean. And you can see
I was around the side of him.
Right, I'll put him on the side. So you're on the side there, and he's just swallowed Sean. That was its turn, so technically it's Ingwe's turn now.
Ingwe speaks into Mr. Jean's mind with his telepathic feet and says, Mr. John, I didn't leave my saddle out, but hop on and swing with that big axe. And then he will run and try and bite the tongue closest to the fireplace, or Mr. John. He's gonna like.
All good.
For a 20. Oh, do I have disadvantage because we're inside a stomach?
Nope.
21 to hit.
Definitely hits.
That is 11 piercing damage.
What? It gives
and it must saving throw, but I don't think that's relevant.
I don't think you can knock this one down.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
this is a little
yeah.
bit too big. as you bite it, it's like when you take a chunk out of like if you have like a what should you say like a squid arm and you're like you're biting into a tentacle. It's a little disgusting, a little gooey, and as you do, you can hear on the inside from this creature.
Can I flavor state 2? That I'll bite the first time, but like I'm going to use my bite attack, but I'm going to burrow, like like a dog that's just like.
Yeah,
that's going to be my feature attacks. Like,
you can also
get out your asshole.
You also notice that the fireplace is also kind of a valve or some sort of like he just ran over Sean, or this creature just ran over Sean, and he came in that way. Yeah. And the door itself looks like another valve. So there's these 2 different places where things can go in and out if they're open. But yes.
Cool.
Sean, now find yourself inside this confined space, which is a creature.
Yep. Just take it in. Worry about it later. Turn to Ingwe and just... Yep, all right. Just grab onto the fur on the back, and I'm going to attempt to hop on Ingwe. And I'm going to attempt to take a swing at this thing. Wherever Ingwe takes me, I'm just going to hack at the same sort of parts that he's going for.
Go for it.
All right.
Doesn't sound too good.
Nope. 13.
Misses again.
You
go wide, and as you're about to hit, you get hit by this almost like, that thing in the back of your throat. Like one of those kind of hit you in the face right when you hit, and you didn't hit anything.
It's so fucking slimy. Ugh.
And everything in here is covered with this thin layer of acid as well. It's very disgusting. So it's it pinches a little when it hits, but it doesn't give you any damage.
Yeah, that's about it. Bonus actions. No, no, I'm good. That's me. That's me.
Next up, we have Celeste. All alone on the battlefield suddenly.
Yes, just where she loves being because she's such an offensive fighter. Okay, so Celeste saw this creature like go over Jean, and then does she know that he got like sucked up into?
You can hear him inside. It's like a rave party inside a cardboard carton. Like boom, boom, boom.
Okay. I don't know if this is stupid. It's probably fucking stupid, but I've got a vial of poison. I am going to uncork it and throw it at the ground where this thing is like moving over, and just see if it will like go over the thing, and maybe it'll like consume it as it's moving across the ground.
So much poison.
Right.
I don't know how that would work. Like, is that like an attack roll to see if I can like throw it to?
I'd say that's fine. You can throw that in front of it, no problem.
Okay, so I've like uncorked it, and then I'll just like chuck it there, and that will be my action. And my bonus action, I cannot see anyone, so I am going to yell at him and go, I hope that makes you vomit, you disgusting little git, and just continue keeping pace with him.
Right. So it's turn. It goes over the poison, but you don't see any reaction. It also turns around.
Bye! Hey, come hang out in this cool house.
And you see all these 4 synth-like arms come down on you.
Okay.
16 and a 19?
Minus. I was going to say -4, but I can't do it after I know the outcome. And it's like, if I know if it hits me, It's fine. Yes, they both hit me.
Okay. And a 13?
No, that misses.
Okay.
Goodbye, friends. It was fun fighting with you.
That's the end of campaign 1.
Lucky you kept that revive thing.
So 3 points of poison damage.
My weapon against me.
And 1 point of slashing damage. So 2 points of slashing damage. As the 2 out of the 4 attacks hit.
Okay.
And that is its turn. But you're now in combat with it.
Okay.
Next up, we have Ingwe on the inside. This is an inside job.
Can I use if because Jean is on my back? I want to auto fail any saves that we have to make to like the tongues.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you have to make 2 as well.
Can I fail my save against the tongues to give him advantage on his save?
Sure, we can say that. So you're out to fail, but Sean still have to make a save as well.
Yeah, but he can roll with advantage because he gets my dice roll for his
Right.
save.
Sure, we can say
Can
that.
you do that?
Yes. So Sean, make a.
Is it on his turn?
30.
Oh yeah, we'll do. Yeah.
It's on its turn that you take the damage.
Oh, on it's his turn.
So Sean, make a advantage roll with a dexterity save with advantage. Wow.
Sweet. All right.
English is a word.
13.
So Ingwe, you take 5 points of acid damage and 1 point of piercing, and Sean, you take 3 points of acid damage and 1 point of piercing. And now it is Ingwe's turn. Sorry about that.
5 and 1, 6, 8. Okay, cool. My turn. On my turn, I'm gonna growl and use my ability that I've always had and never knew that I did, to regain 4 wild shape hit points. And then
Nice.
I'm going to burrow into the sphincter.
There isn't one.
The attack. I can't attack anymore.
Yeah, but there isn't a sphincter.
Oh
that
yeah,
you
yeah.
can see. I've never seen you roll this shit before. What'd you get?
Very inspired. 15.
Misses.
Ah!
What the fuck? Yes, you miss. You get a hold of something and you bite really hard, and you discover that this is a piece of someone's clothing that was once in the same situation as you, and not actually part of the creature.
Okay. And I'm going to. Nah, that's it. That's us.
Right. Next up, Sean.
Swing!
Swing!
Yep, I'm keeping it simple.
So just checking, are you attacking the cloth as well, or are you attacking the
No. Yeah. I'm going to try not to, but who knows exactly. We'll find out. Jean's going to sort of just like rocking back and forth, just being like, I appreciate you trying to take some of these hits. This is a rough ride. And swing. Nope.
No?
Nope. That's like 13.
Hit this bit, it's really important.
Why is it 13 every time, though?
I don't know.
Okay, well,
Rolling a lot of 9s, 10s, and 8s.
You're having a little hard time seeing in here. It is pretty dark and stuff, so it makes sense. And you keep getting hit by that thing in the air.
Damn thing.
Well, to find 2 shadows.
So I guess that's your turn.
Yeah.
Next up is Celeste. You're now engaged in melee combat with this creature.
I look up and this like big globule of like slimy ichor on my face. I go, that's disgusting, and then I turn into a silvery cloud of mist and teleport 30 feet away from this thing, backwards, potentially behind a tree or some cover or something 30 feet away.
Right. Just for the brevity of the battle map, I'll say I'll put you here behind this tree, and I'll move him over, just so it's a little easier to see. 30 feet is like that, I think. And then we can still see you are behind there, and he's there.
And
Bonus
then,
action hide. Oh, I'm not a rogue. Oh,
not a rogue.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
I am going to just knock another arrow and go and take a swipe.
Fire away.
And I'm also, I mean, I know battle map purposes, it's quite, it's kind of hard, but just so you know, she's going to also be using her movement to back the fuck up another, like, 25, 30 feet.
Okay. I will move him over here. Or she. Over here, on the edge there.
Oh, come on, what is
And
that?
I will move you to the very edge here.
yeah. Oh, wow, this thing moves weird.
Where are my attacks? Actions, there we go. Okay, so I rolled a 13 plus 5, which is an 18 to hit.
Hits! Someone hit it!
Thank God, and good thing I do a lot of damage with my 1d8 plus 3. So a d8, so that is a 4 plus 3 for 7 points of piercing damage as she's just like screaming. Spit out my friends! We already lost one friend this week, don't take the rest of them.
Fair.
That's it.
And you also notice that it has one giant eye, and then a smaller eye, and a smaller eye, and it has these two jaws with like teeth like sharks. And it's now its turn. So you moved quite far away, so it can't get that close. You moved you bounced 30 feet, and then you moved 25 feet. So it can move 30 feet, so that means that within 25 feet, let's see that for the remedy it is, you got a little bit closer. But I also need both of you two inside to make another.
Can we do the same thing where he rolls an advantage and I just fail?
You can.
Thank you.
Anyway, you take 5 points of acid damage and 1 point of piercing.
That's 2 natural 11s for a total of 12.
And you take 6 points of acid damage and 1 point of piercing damage.
Woo!
And Ingwe, you're up.
I'm going to bonus action, give myself some health, and then where did I put my D8? I was going to use that every time. Oh, there it is.
I feel like it sounds like you're scared now.
And I'm going to attack.
Go for it.
That's much better. 21 to hit.
Definitely hits. Definitely hits.
Oh, that's not much better. Dire Wolf does plus 7 points of scratch damage.
All good. Oh, that's there. Right. You bite off another one of its tongues on the inside. Good job.
That's it.
That's you. Next up, Sean.
Alrighty. Yeah. Jean's gonna, seeing Ingwe grab hold of one of the tongues and rip that thing, he's gonna take a swing at one of those as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's gonna keep it simple. He's just swinging.
Simple, man. It's a farmer.
Woo! Natural 2.
It's not your day today, Sean.
And in that moment of panic, second wind, and getting some health back.
Go for it.
For a total of 7 health.
Oh, that's pretty good, though.
Yeah,
It's pretty good for a D8, or is it a D10? Is it D8?
D10. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Did you add your con modifier?
It's D10 plus my level, so
Okay.
that's with my plus 4.
Oh,
Roll the
that's
3.
way better. That's way better. Cool.
Yeah, that's it. He's gonna take a swing and a miss, sort of just panic and try to settle himself down. And I can't think of a weird situation. Think, Sean, think. And that's how I'm gonna end my turn.
Fair enough. Celeste, you're up. It's coming closer to you, but it's not there yet.
And she is going to keep backing away her full movement 30 feet back.
Right. So I'll say for the remedy of this that you are keeping distance with it because you have the same movement speed.
Yes.
So I will just leave you on the field where you are now.
Yes,
for that
and
sake.
Assumed every round that she's not letting that thing get close enough to drag her in. And she's just going to keep knocking another arrow and just chipping away, hopefully, at this thing, aiming for one of its eyeballs. No, that is is that an 8 or a 2? It's a 2, so 7 to hit.
I don't think I've ever seen you guys roll this shit before.
Yes,
Don't touch any wood.
And she was going to, I guess, like, just speak into her sending stone. Just go, please tell me you're both alive in there and haven't been digested with some sort of disgusting stomach acid. And that's her turn.
Right. At the creature's turn, it will try to keep up with you, but can't. And I need both of you to do the dexterity saving throw again.
Alrighty.
Same thing. Ingwe takes 4 points of acid damage and 1 point of piercing damage as one of the tongues hits you in the back of the head.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Woo! Good job. So you take 5 points of acid damage and 1 point of piercing damage.
Yeah.
The difference is a d6 or a d4.
Yeah. So that was a total of 6. Did I hear correct?
Yes.
5 points of acid. 1. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
You took the same amount of damage as me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the beauty of dice rolls, I guess.
Yeah. And that happened last time too. Like.
Yeah, but I could have rolled that's an easier chance of me rolling a 1 on this.
Yeah. Way on board.
So that is its turn, and it will also try to digest you as its action.
Cool.
So I need both of you to make a strength saving throw.
All right. Something Jean can actually do.
Strength. Something that we're good at.
So long as I roll well, right?
24.
8.
Really?
Yep. Natural 4.
So a whole bunch of these tongues lash out and grab you as they slowly start gnawing into you, and you are now restrained, and that means that you will automatically fail any wisdom, strength check, or any other saving throws. And currently, you sitting on top of Ingwe. Ingwe is free to move, but you are stuck.
All right.
You do not take any damage from this, but you will.
Yep. It has
And
its
you
start.
can't get out of the mouth.
Yeah.
It opens up.
And Ingwe, nothing happens to you. But that is its action. And now it's Ingwe's turn. Sean is now unable to move.
Now it's Ingwe's turn.
Ingwe attacks with a 21.
Definitely hits.
Oh wait, I didn't do my thing where I get. Yes. And yes, 11 points.
11 points.
Scratchy scratch.
Oh, good.
Ooh.
Another tongue comes off.
I'm not healing as much as I am being damaged.
How
It's almost like we're paying 5e.
delightful. That is your turn?
Yep.
Right. So, Sean, you are currently restrained, but it is your turn.
Am I able to use my action to attempt to break out or something? Yeah.
Yes, you can try to break out. You can also attack. That's up to you. But as long as you remain restrained, there is additional features of this creature.
Yep. I'm trying to break out, and Jean ain't liking it.
Right. So that's a contested strength check for these two.
Okay. Better. 17.
I rolled a 10 because I rolled a 2.
Hey, oh damn!
So you break free.
That's not good news. Hang on, that's okay news at best.
You break free. You wiggle out of it. It attaches it to your armor and your clothes, but when you move, it can't just can't hold on.
Fucking tongues. Do I still have my movement and my bonus action?
Yes.
Or is that okay?
You wouldn't have lost that even if you were restrained.
Okay.
I believe so, at
I'm
least.
gonna sort of just look down at Ingwe and just be like, we gotta find a way out of here. And I'm gonna attempt to hop off and move over to where the vent was, where I came in.
Yep.
On my way there, I'm gonna... Is it an action or a bonus action to down a potion?
So that's a good question. So we saw this wonderful guy online who had this great idea that if you use your action to drink a health potion, you get the max health out of the health potion.
Yep.
If you do it as your bonus action, you have to roll for it.
Yeah.
I do not remember the name of this guy. I would give him credit, but I can't remember his name, unfortunately, at this moment.
Credit to
Dungeon
you,
Dudes?
sir.
You know who you are. No,
Yeah.
it was another guy, unfortunately. I think he was a TikToker.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, sweet. If that's the case, I am... Yeah, no, I'm gonna take the bonus action to down it, and I'm gonna roll for it.
Right.
Sweet. So regular healing potion. Let's see. I'll put it in my inventory, so it should tell me here. How does the alphabet work again? Healing potion. Nope. I didn't put it in my inventory.
All you do is swallow 2 players, and everyone loses their money.
It's
2d4 plus 2.
Yeah, okay, sweet. Oh, 4 and 1. So 5, 7 total healing. Sweet.
That's an alright average, I'd say.
Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, I'm gonna down the healing potion and just throw it to the side and just I hope that shit works. Oh, that's tingly. All right, and I'm just gonna start looking for that vent thing, which I've used my bonus action, so next turn I'm ready to go. Looking for sphincters.
In all the wrong place.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, we have Celeste, still running away.
Yes, so it's continuing cat and mouse with this thing. She's not letting it get anywhere near her. And as she's kind of like jogging backwards, she's like with her hand that has the bow in it, she's going to like reach forward, and it almost looks as if like magical arrows are like shooting out of the bow. And then they start swirling in like a formation in front of the creature. And she's going to cast Cloud of Daggers directly in the 5-foot cube, directly where he's standing, where his face is.
Yikes. Right. So does it do anything when it lands, or is it just until it walks into it? Or...
So you fill the air with spinning daggers in a cube 5 feet on each side, centers on a point you choose within range. A creature takes 4d4 slashing damage when it enters the spell's area for the first time on its turn, or it starts its turn there.
Right.
So it'll be on its turn.
Okay.
When it steps through. So I'm doing it on him.
Okay.
On his stupid face.
All right.
So I will cast that, and then as my bonus action, I will speak into my stone and go, I'm going to take that as a no. You have been digested. Please tell me I'm not alone out here. And that'll be it. So no one's said anything to her.
Perfect. So just to clarify, that Cloud of Daggers is, let's say, 5 feet?
Yeah, so it's a 5 foot, so it's 5 feet on each side. 5-foot cube.
So it's technically 15 feet across.
It says a cube 5 feet on each side.
Oh no, it's only 1 square.
So 1 square is
5 feet.
So it's 5 by 5. I guess that's just a square. Cool. We'll put it on his stupid head, as you said.
I don't have to roll for that, which is why I chose it.
That's perfectly fine. But it's now its turn, and it's starting inside of it. So roll some damage.
Roll some damage.
The reason I checked for the size of that thing was because you literally have 2 friends on the inside.
Yes. Oh, that's 4, which is good.
So when it moves in 5 minutes,
3,
When we start our turn,
6, 7, 8,
it's gonna move 30 feet though, isn't it?
Yeah.
9, 10, 11. It's only if it starts its turn there. That's
Right.
11 points of piercing. Piercing? No, slashing.
Sure.
Damage.
Whoa! Celeste must be doing something.
you can hear like little chops. Right?
You can hear her yelling at you. You've
It's
been
sushi
eaten,
time.
you've been digested.
Fair enough. That's your turn?
Yes, and then she's just going to keep pace, not letting it get anywhere near her.
Oh, good. So next up is the creature's turn. Wait, I already said that. Sorry. It was the creature's turn. That's why I took the damage. So now it's its turn. So what it's going to do, it is going to try to spit out one of them. So I'm going to roll d4. So that's Sean. He's going to try to spit Sean out. So I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, Sean.
Nat 20!
Okay.
21.
So,
Staying inside.
so Celeste, you see this creature almost like going back up like it was on its hind legs without having legs, and you see underneath it looks like it's smooth, but it's not smooth underneath. It's all these tiny little, almost like fingers the whole way through. It's like little sensory, creepy stuff.
It's your birthday!
But it spits out Sean right in front of him. Sorry.
Oh, so you have... Oh, wait, it's not your turn yet.
And Sean, you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as it spits you into the ground very hard.
6 points.
Yes. And then it will attack you twice. With 2 12s. So I guess that's a no for once.
Well, yay, my shield. Yeah, no, that's a miss.
Right. So this thing is far behind now because it moved its 30 feet before doing that. So that one's further back. Next up, we have Ingwe.
So it's trying to spit John out.
Mhm.
Can I see the opening and try and like go through it?
It's not open anymore. You can try to see if you can break through it, but that requires a contested strength check
To break through the opening.
to break out of the valve inside it, because it's like holding its jaw closed.
I'm just gonna keep borrowing stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna also. Wait, am I low enough that it's? Yeah. No, I'm gonna use my bonus action to growl and use a second weapon spell to give me less health than I got from my first level spell. I'm almost sweet. And then I'm going to try and burrow in for a 19 to hit.
Hits.
11 points of scratchy scratch.
Alrighty. It's looking pretty hurt now from the inside. From the outside, you don't really see much difference. This hasn't really been hit on the outside much. But the inside, it doesn't look like it's having the best of days. Right. So that is your turn.
I told you, my friends, we're gonna kill ya.
Very well. Sean, you've just
Okay.
been spat out, but you managed to
Now-
stay on your feet.
Something that just dawned on me as I said it, and I was sort of thinking it over. I realized I was using a hand to hold onto Ingwe and the other hand with an axe. So I actually probably wouldn't have my shield out. So my
Well,
AC would have been
But I haven't
down
used
by
your AC
2.
for anything.
You
For
can
the attack
grip with
just
your
before?
knees.
Oh, yes, true. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't have hit you with a 12, would I?
without my shield, yes.
Okay. Let's say it didn't.
Okay.
Just
that's
for...
why I was like, my shield, and then I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I was basically like doing these ones on
Yeah.
Direwolf Ingwe, so I don't know how I would have had my shield.
No,
out,
you
but
got
yeah.
spat out.
I'll probably
Yeah,
mention
it got spat out. And
Okay.
thank you for this subscription there. What was it? Atomic Kitten?
Hey.
I didn't even see that. Sorry.
Commander
Probably
Kitten.
Commander Kitten.
Commander Kitten.
Kitten.
Sorry. I like the music too.
Commander.
Thank you very much. You're about to see them die.
Welcome, and it's the end.
Atomic Kitten. I haven't heard that in a long time. Anyway, yes.
All right.
Let's
in that
ignore
case,
that for this sake, just because then we don't have to rewind anything.
As he slid out, just pulled the grab for the shields and just held it over him. Yeah, Jean's gonna stand up, look over at Celeste, and just be like, "Yep, sorry I didn't reply. Was a little busy." And just turn around and just go for an arcing swing as best I can.
Go for it.
Ooh, that's actually okay. That's a total of 19.
Hits.
Where's my damage? I forgot how much damage I do with this thing. I'm panicking.
Just one. It's just one.
Just one whole damage.
One whole damage.
D8. Where are you at? D8. There you are. 4 damage.
4 damage.
Sick.
That'll do it.
Wait, really?
How do you want to do it?
I imagine just covered in slime, it would be like this swing, just barely nicking it, and then just as I turn around to get ready for another one, I stumble forward and like slip into it, and the axe just buries into it.
Yeah.
Just like trying to hold myself up, just sliding down.
So the axe sinks into this creature, and it's very like, it's not like when you hit a creature that has bones. This is more like some kind of gooey substance it's made of, and it sinks in and it goes. And it spits out Ingwe as well. And is down. And for now, it is slightly twitching, but dead.
The state of this.
I fucking hate magic.
Are you alright?
I'll live. How you guys doing?
I'm fine. I wasn't the one eaten alive by a giant slug creature.
Oh man, I told you. Oh, I told you not to. My friends would kill you.
Are you still
Hey,
a
where's-
wolfing way?
Where's the other one?
I guess he's
Yeah,
still a wolf.
I'm still a wolf, but
I can talk now.
Can talk telepathically now.
Oh,
I'm gonna stay
The
wolf and talk. Yeah.
wait, the other one. Wait, are you saying the other house could be one as well?
Yeah, I reckon. The other house is probably one of these dudes.
Well, are
Should
you
we-
guys okay? You see this elderly halfling woman standing behind a tree with a little sling in her hand. Are you okay? That was awfully dangerous. You shouldn't be out here at night.
We don't really have much choice but to be out here.
All
Sorry,
right.
you are?
My name is Nima. I live in the house over there.
Prove it.
I play the pan flute.
Oh, that was you.
Tightens his grip.
I'm not very good at it. I mean, it used to be my son's, but I mean, I didn't mean to alarm you, but I came to help, but I just don't walk very fast in my old age. Do you need any help? Are
Look
you okay?
between the other two.
Sean's just wide-eyed, just staring, just no trust at all. His grip's tightening on his weapons and that.
Sorry, you'll forgive us. We my friend here, and she'll gesture towards Ingwe, saw a woman in what we thought was a house, which turned out to be this thing, and now you're saying that you also live in a very similar looking house.
Yes.
We're just
I don't think you mustn't be from this area. This happens sometimes when these creatures come down from the mountains. They look like other things, and I guess one of them tried to look like my house. My apologies. I don't really know how I can mark it in another way than having a house. Would any of you like some brandy? I feel like I need some after watching that happen.
Can I just roll a general insight check to determine how Celeste feels about this woman and her story?
Sure, go for it.
Because I don't imagine she'd be like, yeah, I'll just drink from this stranger's flask, like it's...
Can I
Zod is
do a
straight up on
perception
the-
check smelling her to see if she smells like...
Yeah, make a perception check.
Like,
I guess an
the other
investigation
creature or
check.
she's-
Perception or investigation, whichever one you want. I guess you can.
No, that's a natural one. Celeste is exhausted. She hasn't had her sleep yet, so...
Fair. And what did you say, Sean? What were you doing?
Oh, I was just saying, Jean is straight up on the verge of killing an old woman at this moment. Like, he is just on
It is
edge,
Monday.
damn near shaking. Exactly. He's
Right.
just...
Right.
And Ingwe rolled a 19 to perceive if she was half-elven.
She smells half elven. She smells like a little bit of tobacco,
Like
a little
tan.
bit of
Halfling
lavender.
or half-elf?
Halfling.
Oh, halfling.
Halfling, sorry.
I haven't met one of those before.
No. And she's an old lady. She's pretty old for a halfling as well. She has a lot of wrinkles and creases, and she has long white hair in a ponytail.
She smells like she's telling the truth.
Thank you. I guess. Oh wait, she can't hear that. Sorry. I forget that she's on. Well, if you don't want any, that's okay too. I'm gonna have some. If you want to sleep inside tonight, you're welcome to stay at my place. If you don't want to, that's cool too. I'll just be over there. She takes out this flask, almost as big as herself, and just starts. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Celeste
puts the
will
cork
hold
in.
out her own flask and kind of tip out the water that's in it and hold it out.
Would you like some?
Please, my nerves are a little shot, unfortunately, and
Well, this
might
is
need
great
something
for
to help me
nerves.
sleep.
It's great for nerves, and she starts pouring it into a little flask, and like half of it just goes everywhere because this flask is just humongous compared to your little flask. And she closes it up with a little cork, or large cork, I guess. Right. Well, as I
Might
said,
I
my name
ask?
is. Sorry. Yes.
Sorry, I was going to ask what you're doing out here by yourself if the woods are so dangerous.
Well, I mean, I heard all the fighting and all that moving around, and I just didn't think I could bear it if someone died right next to me without me trying to help. I'm gonna be honest, I was hiding in my house a little bit.
I don't
That was
mean
pretty
tonight.
scary.
I mean,
Oh.
in general.
It's my family house. It's always been in my house for generations. And one day this will be my grandsons, and then they will take over, I'm sure.
Jean, put your axe down, I think. If she
You
was
can
going
you can
to,
keep it up if you want to. I mean, I'm not really gonna hurt anyone.
I just worry for his arm. More than anything.
Right.
Going to get a stiff shoulder.
Just very slowly putting it down. Shield's still up.
Can I go for a quick run
Sure.
and try and see if there's any other things that smell like big beastie?
Right, you can make a perception check.
Natural 20 for 23.
24.
It does not seem like there's anything of a similar nature or any other of dangerous nature in the region. The other house does smell like a house.
Yeah, definitely the other house. Definitely part of my run.
It smells like new baked goods and lavender and a little bit of tobacco.
So I'm going to unwild shape
Right.
and wait patiently on the porch if there's like a stool to sit on.
There isn't anything like that on this type of house. It's just like a
rock,
Tudor style.
a wood, a piece of wood.
You can sit up against the house if you want.
Oh, it's a halfling house too, so I'm the size of the house?
No, it is human-sized house.
Oh yeah, cool.
It's not a hobbit hole.
No.
But I'm a very
You're not
large
Gandalf
creature.
in Bilbo Baggin's house.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, if you want to, you're welcome to stay at my place tonight. It's not big, but if you want to sleep inside tonight, this region can be quite scary. But the creatures don't tend to attack you in houses, I've heard at least. So, but I love you playing before we get interrupted.
Thank you. I'll confer with my group. Just looking at Jean, the wild eyes, just keeps just catching his eyes.
That's okay. I will go to my house. If you want to, come and knock on the door, and I will be happy to help. If not, that is perfectly fine too. I understand that you're probably a little shaken. I probably need to smoke some weed and then go to bed. So if any of you have any other ideas, I'll be over there. So have a great evening. I hope that you have a safe journey if this is the last I see of you. And she
Thank you.
turns on her little lantern on her staff, and then she starts slowly walking away.
Miss Celeste, I'm back as Ingwe now. I had a run around. There doesn't seem to be any more beasties around, and I'm just chilling at her house, outside, because I think going inside would be weird. Should we go to her house, or should we? I'll meet you back at the tent.
I think, Jean, what do you think? Back to the tent?
I mean, regardless, we definitely gotta collect our things if we are heading there. I don't want to leave our stuff out in the woods.
No, agreed.
I'm not comfortable going in there, though. I'll be honest.
Okay, well, then we stay out.
All right. Yeah. Yep.
Ingwe, we'll meet you back at the tent, okay?
Okay, see you in a minute.
See you in a sec.
Yeah. Got swallowed by a house.
I will wait till the lady comes back to her house.
And you're in human form now?
In Furbolg form.
Yep, Furbolg form, yeah. Yeah. And she nods at you and she arrives at the house. Hello, young man.
Oh, hey. Oh, you're really small. I've never met one of you before.
Well, you're really hairy. I haven't met one of you before either.
My name's Ingwe.
I'm Nima. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I was the wolf before.
Oh, yeah. That explains it all.
Yeah. Anyway, my friends and I, we're gonna just stay at our tent tonight.
Okay. That's fair.
Come by for breakfast if you want, or...
Oh, I'll probably be sleeping in. I need a little bit of a slow start of the morning, but if I'm here when you leave, I'll try to say hi.
Knowing my friends, we've got a job to do. But anyway, it was nice to meet you, and that weird thing was weird.
You remind me of someone, actually. I think I have seen one of yours before.
Oh yeah. Who have you met before?
I can't remember. It's been
What are
so
you?
long. I'm a halfling woman in my best age.
Excellent.
This is the teenage prime that you're watching right now.
Well,
Only gets worse from here.
You are my favorite halfling I've ever met.
All right. I accept that. That's okay. Thank you. Very lovely young man. I can't remember the name. Maybe for breakfast tomorrow, I will try to see if I remember. I think I've seen one of you before. But it's many years ago, though.
Oh, cool. Actually, I have heard of your kind. There's a story. One of my ancestors spent a long time with your people and helped them grow farms. It's a bit of a boring story, actually, because it's like
There's no
100
such
years.
thing as a boring story.
You're right. I agree. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna go lay down now. I feel very tired, and the brandy didn't help. I'm seeing. I think it's double. I can't really count right now. Anyway, I am gonna go to bed, but I will be more delightful to have a conversation with you in the morning, when my memory is what it used to be.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow.
Right. Have a nice sleep and be careful. And she opens the door to her little house and she locks it, and you can hear like 7 different locks going across the door. And then some sort of loading mechanism. And then the lights go out eventually and she goes to bed.
I wouldn't have waited. No, wasn't being suspicious. Wasn't being friendly.
Yeah. All good.
Ingwe just watching her go to sleep in the window, just like.
It's like Kevin from Home Alone. Fair enough.
Old lady
yes.
or house, still deciding.
But yes. What are you two doing while Ingwe is having a conversation? Are you doing anything in particular, or are you trying to get ready for bed?
Well, upon getting close to the tent, first thing Jean would do is look around for a rock on the floor, pick it up, and throw it full pelt at the tent. Not trusting shit. And also literally just being told that it mimics things in the woods and that to try and consume things. He's throwing a rock at this tent.
Make an attack roll.
All right. Dexterity, because it's ranged?
Yes.
Doesn't matter. Natural 1.
You throw it and you hit one of the pegs and it just flies straight back in your face.
It's attacking! It's attacking!
Oh, yes.
It's just the tent. I understand, but I think this is just the tent.
Yeah. Probably. I mean, Ingwe thought that other thing was just a house, but yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, we can sit here and throw stones at the tent all night if it would make you feel better, but...
Just one more. Just
Okay.
pick up a little and just toss it.
Celeste will just take
Just
2
sort of
steps
like,
back away from him.
Fair enough.
Just a little toss. And if all goes well, just... Alright. Still gonna walk up with his hand on his axe and his shield forward and use it to sort of push open the tent and then go inside.
Right.
You know, Jean, there's something of a paradox to you. Well, looking at you, anyone would be quite frightened. But I feel like most of the time you're the one that's frightened.
Confused is probably the better answer.
You're throwing rocks at tents, Jean.
I just got eaten by a fucking house and then attempted to be digested.
Well, that's true. But you wonder what it would be like to be... Never mind.
You're not paranoid if someone's out to get you.
Just, it must be so strange to live in a world without magic. I just can't imagine it.
I mean, I guess it was always around. My sister trained it and whatnot, but it just never interested me and was never particularly prevalent in my life. So, you know, no need to understand it. Why bother trying, I guess. It seems now that's kind of hitting me in the face, like that fucking rock that I swear our tent spat back me. But
I almost envy you in a strange way. To discover it all over again.
it's been a journey. I don't know why you'd envy this, but sure, I guess. relearning about something you enjoy. If it's something you like, I can see that. So
It's not even enjoying, really. I suppose a lot of the things that I learned, I was much younger than I am now. This is very many years ago. And just to experience that wonder and that awe and that excitement and that horror. I mean, things still scare me, but at least I understand them.
That must be nice.
Look, I'm going to go get some sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go wipe this slime off and then attempt the same thing. I'm sure Ingwe will be back in a moment. I'm also gonna keep an eye out for that because
How you guys going?
the old lady. So, oh my god. Yeah, little on edge, but otherwise good.
Just throwing rocks at the tenting way.
That's sensible. Check if it's not a thing.
Thank you. Yes.
Have you met one of those things before, Celeste or Jean? Are they like common around here?
I've never
Nope.
met one before, but I know of them. It's called a Cradlegeist.
A Cradlegeist. Are they like a kind of animal, or are they like from the Devil Plains, or are they
No, they're like an insect.
an insect? Oh, interesting. Important
They
DM
have,
question.
Yes.
What kind of CR would you put this insect creature beast at?
Oh, I don't know yet. I would say probably the same as a scrambling mount. So I don't think that's too high. Let me check that.
Is it something that I could turn into in the future?
No, it's not. It's not an animal. This
Oh,
is
it's not an animal.
this is a beast, if you can say it like that. I'm almost going to
Beasts
call
I
it an
can't
abomination in a way, but I haven't actually labeled that, so I probably should have.
Okay, can't turn into it.
No.
If it's a beast, I can turn into it.
No.
I will.
It is not. It is not a turn interval creature unless you use polymorph. I guess
Yeah, polymorph.
true
You turn
polymorph.
into everything
Just-
polymorphs can turn into.
Just like true polymorph
Turn
Ingwe
into a cup.
into a Cradlegeist.
Maybe down the line. I mean, I have the model now. Anyway,
Okay.
eventually, you all find your rest, and the rest of the night goes unhindered. Every now and then, you hear a slight note from the house, but it's a gentle one. But the night goes on without any other issues. And that's where we'll take our break.
Yay! So to confirm, I can press my long rest button on D&D Beyond because I didn't do that the other day. I didn't wait, and then I long rested, and then you were like, surprise!
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
It's my apology. I surprised them while they were having a nap, and then some had already clicked the long rest button before. But they shouldn't have. They shouldn't have.
That's why I asked.
Yes, that's all good. Let's go to a break, and then we'll be back in about 13 minutes. Get some water, and you at home, you can have a short rest before we come back. Not a short rest, because that's an hour. Calm down. You know what I mean. Anyway, let's have a short break. We'll be right back.
Bye. Woo!
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, the company of experts in specialty dice made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okoralan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start the tension already started building again. Whatever fragile piece was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
This one. Hello, everyone. We are once again back with some Monsters and Mayhem. Mostly Mayhem at the moment. I hope everyone had a nice break. Let's get back into the next morning. You wake up after the fight. You feel bruised, sore, and it smells a little bit around the place like acidy from this creature. But you feel pretty good after the sleep. You slept in a little bit, but you didn't have that much of a time period before this happened. So I'd say it's around 12 now.
Okay.
Oh, like good sleeping.
Yeah.
Like the usual time that Celeste liked to wake up.
No, must be pretty. Hey, Celeste, that's weird. Oh, that's right. We were up late last night. Oh, that lady. Yeah, I promised her breakfast. Can we go?
Of course you did, Ingwe. You're such a hospitable person.
Can we go to her place for breakfast? Is that okay? She invited us. Yeah, I know, Mr. John. You said people in the bush they don't like people coming around, but I spoke to her and she was nice and she said come by because she knew a person like me, but from a long time ago.
Yeah, I think I was mostly just shaken last night. I think I'm a little more coherent this morning. Still got some of that slime in my ear though. Yeah, I'm gonna be on edge. I'll tell you now, but I'm happy to go if we all think it's worth it.
Well, if we're rushing, we've got this job to do. Do you think we've got time now that we've
We'd be eating breakfast anyway. It's only, 10 minutes walk?
5.
Yeah.
Excellent. We should bring something.
Sure. Did Baal say we had to be there at a particular day, or it's just sort of like as you get there, try to get there as soon as possible?
Get there and talk to me.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Let me stretch it out. I'm a little sore this morning. And I'll be ready in a sec. Stretch out.
Were you right to take down the tent? You're just so good at it. Now, and Jean, you're used to hanging out in the woods. You make sure that fire. I've heard something about sometimes if you cover it with sand and stuff, it's actually still burning underneath. Or
Yeah. No, there's another technique to make sure as well. Walk over.
Oh God! Celeste turns and walks in the opposite direction hurriedly.
Flaming
defending her
hot tea.
sensibilities.
Make it dexterity set. No. No bacon.
12.
Nah, that's not good. So what's your plan?
Being on the fire, and then I'm gonna chuck some shit on. But then I'm gonna follow whatever the group does. If they go to the house, I'll go to the house. On edge, but going.
Yeah, anyone's keen to find the story. So he'll produce kind of a like. Nah, you put the fire out. We're just gonna go. Let's go. Put flowers along the way. The bouquet.
Alright. There is a bit of a smell in the air of bacon and baked goods. So it seems like maybe someone has beat you to it anyway. And there's a lovely little table set up outside the house that wasn't there yesterday. With a nice little spread of different assortments of pastries and such. And a large bottle of brandy. And you see this young half-elf lady standing in the door, leaning up against it like a teenager, and just waiting for you as she sees you come closer.
Good morning, Nima.
Good morning, all of you. I hope you had a good night's sleep.
We slept in. I mean, it wasn't a good night's sleep. It was a good morning sleep.
Oh, that works too, I guess.
Yeah, it was a rough night. Eaten by that thing. Anyway,
Yes.
Breakfast time. Oh, this.
Yeah. Please have as much as you want. I bake a little bit on my free time, and I have a lot of it lately. So, please sit down. Let's have something to eat.
Thank you for your hospitality.
A pleasure.
It's greatly appreciated. You don't come across people being so welcoming, especially out on the road.
Oh, I always try to be welcoming to strangers, as long as I'm wary of them potentially having other motives.
Do you get many of them coming through?
Most people stay away. They stay further inland towards the roads. There's not a lot of people around the undergrowth and the outside of the undergrowth for various reasons. There's a lot of animals there.
Yes, like giant snail slugs that eat you alive and digest you.
Well, they are quite rare, but they do tend to happen in this region.
It's just our luck that we'd stumble across one. I've been having a lot of that sort of luck lately.
We are
Really?
very lucky.
Doesn't sound like... Are you guys okay? Something going on?
Just tired. It's been a long couple of weeks.
So,
Right.
anyway, we were going to rush off, but I'm a bit of a my tribe's a bit of a collector of stories, and I was wondering if you could give me more of the story of the other person like me that you've met.
Right. I thought about that last night after I was completely drunk out of my mind and fell asleep. I mean, thinking is probably a strong word, but yes, I do remember. It was a female furbolg, and I think her name was Vinny. But I could be mistaken. It's been so long.
That is so cool.
Yes, I did. It's a long time ago. That's why I didn't remember it at first. But I actually do remember slightly. Yeah, we had breakfast as well. She was sitting here just like you, and we were having a similar conversation about. What was that? I think she was ambushed by wolves or something. I'm not sure.
Me
This is a
too.
dangerous place. Yeah, it happens all the time. It's probably happened to everyone at least once. Yes, we have a conversation about that, and then these men came and picked her up. I remember that too now. It's a long time ago, and I reported it to the authorities, but nothing seemed to come of it.
Oh, she didn't want them to come.
No, they picked her up and they took her with them. They said that she was going to the Pixie King, whatever that means.
Wow, that's so cool. That must have been ages ago.
Yeah, it was probably like 20 years ago.
What?
How do I remember that? I don't even remember what I had for breakfast yesterday. Huh. Anyway, yes, I do remember that. She was a very lovely young lady. She was very full of stories, and I don't really know what happened. They just came and picked her up when they saw her, like they knew her. And then I never saw her again.
Vinny's my mum, right?
Yes.
That's my mom.
Oh, so she must have gotten away from them then. If you don't look like you're that old. 20 years ago.
Yeah, it was a little bit more than that. But I was wondering, can you would you let me?
And then I'll try and like go up to her and cast detect thoughts.
Can I see that memory?
Of course.
Just think about it.
And I want to do the like Harry Potter like to see all the people.
Right. You see a very young version of your mom sitting pretty much where Celeste is sitting right now, chewing on some pastries that has been brought out to her. The tablecloth looks like it's the same. The region looks similar. Some of the trees look smaller, but sitting there, they're having this muffled conversation. You don't really get the words because she doesn't remember them. And then these three people, these three individuals, walk by and they go directly to the table. One of them is a short guy. He looks a little bit like a gnome, but he has pointy ears. And the other two are larger elves. Both of them with colored bright hair in different colors. And they both grab her and pull her with them. And as she walks away, or as she's pushed away, you hear one of them mention that she's going to the Pixie King. And then the memory fades.
Thank you for letting me do that.
Well, of course, it's a bit messy in there, but thank you for clearing up the dust.
Well, this is such a lovely spread. Well, I'm glad to tell you that she made it. She made it home, and she made it home with my dad. And now I'm here on my adventure. Yeah, she told me all about you. She said you were one of the nicest, loveliest people she'd ever met.
All right. I'm so glad to hear it. I was worried about her, but I mean, I did talk to the authorities and they couldn't find her. Or yeah, I don't know what happened. I did the best I could. I couldn't really fight three individuals myself, and yeah, I'm not really much of a fighter in the first place. But I'm glad that she's okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the spread. I'm not a big fan of eating people, but the baking's good.
It's just bacon. Yeah, okay. Yes.
No, the bacon's not good, but the baking is good.
I think your mother said something very similar about the bacon, the people, but
yeah.
That's okay. That's more for everyone else. So, what are you up to since paths apparently crossed with mine?
Well, in my tribe, one of the things that we do is we go out into the world and we meet people and we collect stories, and that's all we do. And I've met this Miss Celeste. She's a storyteller too, and
Right.
Mr. John, he protects us, because he's a very good protector. That's who we are. We're just traveling storytellers, collectors. Yeah.
Sounds wonderful. Sounds a little bit like me in my younger days, but most of what I do now is bake, smoke, and drink. Not necessarily in that order, but yeah.
Sounds like a marvelous retirement plan.
Oh, I'm not retired though. I dabble a little bit in healing, but obviously I'm no doctor.
Do you sell things or trade things?
Oh, I mostly just help people if I need to. I do some herbalism here and there.
Well, you're welcome to come with us if you want. We had Mr. Tam. He was traveling with us. He sounds like he was similar to you.
I think maybe my adventuring days are a little bit behind me, but if you come around here again, I'll tend to any wounds you have and help you out with some herbs if I can. I'll do some cooking.
Can I have some of that one it's an odd smelling one that you had last night. I've never smelled that before.
Sure. It's a little early in the morning for that, for my taste, but I can give you some for later. She gives you a little.
Good idea.
She gives you a little pouch of questionable herbs. You can mark them as weed.
Questionable herbs.
Yes. Well, I'm glad that I have met you. I'm glad that you are all safe after what happened last night. What is your plans from here? Where are you going?
Traveling north.
Right. Well, it's more safe on the other side of the undergrowth, and you're almost at the end of it now, so.
Thank you. Well, Nima, while we appreciate your hospitality, it's very generous of you. If everyone else has finished eating, and I think we best start making tracks before it gets too late in the day. I don't like walking when it's too hot.
That's a good idea.
Sounds good.
Thanks for breakfast.
Of course.
Let's go.
Well,
Celeste will
safe
grab
journey.
like a muffin for later because she doesn't eat when she first wakes up. She would have had a black coffee with a couple of splashes of brandy in it. And she'll just take like a muffin for the road for later.
Right. I'm good.
Sean's gonna very slowly make his way over to Nemo, put out his hand for like a handshake, and if she returns the favor, he's gonna put like his hand on her shoulder, and it's not like a tap like "thank you" type thing. It's like a "are you really what you are?" just check type thing. Just like thank you for your hospitality, and then just awkwardly walk away.
Oh, she just lets it happen, looks a little confused at you. You're welcome. Humans. Anyway, enjoy your travels. If you ever come back here, let me know.
Definitely. We'll make sure we get the right house next time.
Oh, yes. I'm not quite sure how to mark it in a safe way. Seems like these creatures just kind of mimic it.
Celeste's going to pull out her pan flute and she's going to play like a series of like, discordant notes and then say, if you hear that, and you know that's us, and just play that back. And
Right. I will try to remember that. But
I
there's
have
a
faith
good
in you.
chance I won't. Well, safe journeys.
Safe staying here.
It's all good.
Do we have a what? No, we don't, because we teleported without the wagon, didn't we? So we are on foot.
Mm-hmm. On foot.
They're rolling on them shoes.
Yeah. Rollies. All good. Well, you eventually head off, and as the sun sets a little higher in the sky during the day, it seems a bit more clear in the weather than it's been the previous days, almost like lights comes through a little bit brighter now. It's getting closer to a change in season, but there's still a little bit to go. For the second night, you end up having camp on the roadside. There is other travelers that pass by, but the place is more safe because it's more populated. You have your shifts and nothing happens.
Anyway, gets high.
Ingwe gets stoned out of his mind.
It's so strange that she gave it to you in like a little clear plastic dime bag.
Well, it's better than you get like a little stamp, isn't it? It's better than a little stamp. Slick it. Anyway, but for the next day and night, nothing out of the ordinary happens unless any of you want to engage in a conversation about something.
Celeste will be using all of her downtime again to read and reread that book and pulling it apart and reorganizing it.
Right. You can make another investigation check.
Can do that. Investigation, I believe, is a +3. Yes. That is a 19.
Right. You already gathered most of the obvious clues that you could see. You do notice that there's almost like 4 different handwritings in this book, like 4 different types of handwriting. And as you kind of notice that, you can start to separate parts of the madness. Almost like 4 individual personalities have been writing in this book. It doesn't really make complete sense because it seems like they're still attached to each other. So one would start and another would end, but they're jumbled up a bit. So it takes a little bit of deciphering back and forth. There's a few sentences here and there that kind of make sense now that definitely didn't do it before. But not enough to make out entire sentences that makes sense. But enough to see that there might be a pattern.
Perfect. So yeah, again, she'll just be keeping a log of her own in another book. And she'll just do that anytime they have downtime, just kind of going through everything, kind of just wringing it dry of any sense that she can make.
Right. Oh, good. Is there anything anyone else wants to do in the second night?
Can I have a proper investigate of the tent and those pockets?
You can. What are you trying to figure out?
I want to leave something innocuous if we're particularly over the 5 nights that we've been there, leave stuff in there and see if it's still there the next day.
Right. Can definitely do that.
And leave stuff in there when I put the tent up, when I put the tent away, and see if it's there.
Right.
Are the other pockets good for storing things?
Yes.
And,
so when you put it in, you cannot see that there's anything in there.
Yep.
And
is it
then
easy to get them out?
You just put your hand in and then you think of it and then you take it out.
Okay. And also put a heavy thing in there and then leave it in there and then close it up and see if the tent's any heavier.
It doesn't seem to change anything. Seems to be an interdimensional pocket space.
I will explain in a really way that would have taken a long time to Mr. Jean, and Celeste is like, "Oh yeah, good. So what's the up and down the tent? Here's this thing. Oh yeah, but yeah, oh, yeah, cool. And then it's a pocket dimension."
I think I get it. It's like a pocket that's there, but also not there.
Like the sky is not...
It's nowhere and everywhere all at the same time.
And also, I will have spent time listening to the stories, like expecting Celeste to tell me the coolest stories from that book. That would be the other thing that I.
So far, it's been pretty hard for her to tell you much.
Yep.
Because it doesn't really make sense yet.
Mm-hmm.
But she has probably pointed out all the things that she has already found out, I'm thinking.
Yep.
Well, that's up to her.
She'd probably tell you a story from like her childhood or something as well.
Oh, not
like
the
if
book.
you want to hear a story.
Mm.
No, like she'd be like, well, if you want to hear a really cool story, there was this one time that I chased a rabbit.
No,
all the
I
way
think
across
what
the
I'm
road.
trying to do is like get you to read it because I'm kind of trying to learn how to read, but also I'm quite
This is not the
perceptive.
book for that.
Yeah.
It's not the book.
A is for
Well,
Written
Celeste,
demonic.
I know in your culture they read predictable stories, but in my culture that's all we spent days like. Oh, that halfling girl. Yeah. Well, Annie Alma, she tells the story of 47 years farming with halflings. It was a boring story. I know that she said no stories are boring, but 47 years over 3 hours of farming corn and barley. Yeah, gets pretty repetitive. So, but I love it.
But I want to kind of over time be able to. I'm quite insightful at putting the deeper meaning of stories together and assist you in your investigation from a person that doesn't do book learning and does.
Right. So from now on, when you're rolling to investigate the book, I'll give you advantage because you two are doing it together then.
Okay, sounds good.
Is there anything else you want to do during the second night?
The only note I'll make is that Jean would definitely be like, anytime someone's talking to him, he'd be like listening, and then part of his mind would just adrift just immediately, just being like, how are we not talking about the house being alive and eating us? All right, whatever. And so like slowly drifting back, and then just like thinking whether it was a good idea to eat from the old lady. He definitely would have mentioned at one point as well in passing, being just like, yeah, I didn't need a bite while we were there. I just watched her, kept an eye on her the whole time. I don't. Look, logic says that everything was fine there, but also I've been questioning logic lately when seeing things like I've seen.
Completely understandable, Sean.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to stop you. What were you saying about the tent, Ingwe? It just I thought I had to mention. Yeah, and moments like that. Otherwise, nothing particular.
Right. That's fair. I'd say that the second night passes without any issues, and the third day begins.
Can we see Kronos at this point?
Now you can, because now you would cross over the bridge of the river, and now you can begin to see what looks like giant cogwheels floating in the sky, high above the ground.
That is awesome.
An almost Ferris-like wheel in front of it, going up very slowly, almost like it's an
quite a
amusement
sight.
park.
I've always wanted to come here. Heard stories of this place. It's fascinating.
It's something. I mean, like I heard, yeah, like Danica mentioned what it was, but this is gonna take some time to get my head around.
You can all make a perception check if you want.
Definitely. Not.
Yeah, I rolled a 2.
9.
5.
21.
21. All right. So 21
Celeste
from
and
you,
Ingwe just
and
excited.
Celeste and Ingwe are just so excited that they don't really take in the whole view. Some of the,
problems.
I'd say some of the clouds are kind of blocking a little bit of it, but Sean's keen eyesight's pretty good. You notice a few more things than they do. You notice an airship currently parked somewhere in the sky. attached to the city itself. You notice 3 large spires on the far end of this city towards the north. And you see 2 large cogwheels accompanied by 8 smaller cogwheels of various sizes, which is where the Ferris wheel take you to begin with. And you see a triangular shaped disc, almost, I don't know if you can call it a disc, but triangular shaped platform, also ever so slightly turning. But you're still a day away from the city.
I think Jean would point out 2 things in particular from that. Sort of looking it over, just being like, is that a ship in the sky?
And you can see it now. Why not?
Attached to the side of it. That looks like a ship. That's flying.
Is Celeste familiar with airships?
You have heard of them before. They're not really that used where you come from. You have occasionally seen one fly over, but you haven't seen one up close ever.
Is it like a ship flying, or is it like a balloon? Like, is it like?
It's kind of like a Zeppeliner with a actual ship underneath.
Oh yeah.
It's an airship.
Okay. I mean, the name makes sense. Yeah. And there's 3 big ass spires at the back there. I don't know if you can see that. They look like the important places, I'm guessing.
I would assume so. It's all very exciting.
Yeah. Yep. And we gotta get in that doohickey that goes all the way up.
Yes.
Cool.
I think the platforms are quite large, though, from what I remember.
Yes.
They're enough to fit, like, wagons and things on. Or else how would they ever get any food up there?
You can see entire wagons and groups of people walking onto these platforms. Very far off, obviously, you can see there's small little dots moving around. But you can see that the size of these platforms is probably the size of a house.
Houses. Sorry.
Oh, house.
All right. Well, ain't gonna get any more used to it here. Shall we?
Well, you've got another day to work up the courage, Sean.
Another day? Oh, man.
It is massive.
Massive.
Kronos is thousands and thousands and thousands of feet up in the air. It would have to be quite big to get you up there.
It's pretty big.
Thousands. Cool.
Just don't look down, Sean.
All right.
Ingwe increases his pace.
Celeste complains about blisters. Or walk.
Should we
These
run
boots are
there?
not made for walking.
Should we run there? I could be a horse, and you could jump on, and we could run.
Oh,
Let's go.
that would be great,
Whoa.
Ingwe.
Oh, I mean, Baal said there was no hurry, right? He just said when we get there, we'll just talk to him.
Well, but there's no hurry for Baal. But look at it. Don't you want to be there now?
Oh, absolutely. But I don't know if you'd be able to carry both of us and get there faster. Plus all the
Ingwe's doing
gear
that
we
thing
got.
where you're like walking too fast for the person that's next to you, and like.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. I mean, all this gear, I don't know if you'd be able to carry us all. Yeah.
Okay. A flower.
Very well. So you continue the travel while you're having this conversation. It eventually becomes nightfall again. And you can see it coming closer, but it's so big that it feels almost like you're not moving closer. But you can eventually see more of the shapes sticking out. I have sent a map on Discord if you want to have a look-see. Now I finally got myself together to do one. So it makes a little bit more sense what I explained.
Oh, yes.
And I will show the viewers in 2 seconds as well.
So cool.
So I will just go to this one. So it's a little hard to fit into, unfortunately, the preview here. But as a brief explanation, I will just move it slightly down. So there is a giant spire on the top with a purple spire on top. There's a green spire and then there's a golden spire. In the middle there is a triangle, which also has some sort of structure on it. There's another spire, which looks a little bit more like an ordinary tower. There's 2 large cogwheels with very colorful houses and very colorful, like stables and stuff like that. And then there's 8 smaller cogwheels of various sizes. And at the very beginning, what you can now start to see from below, you can start to see the plat, which is the first of these spins, as it's called, which has been lit up by neon lights. It is colorful as hell. You can see it from below at nightfall, that this looks almost like when you go to New York and you see, like New York Square, for instance. The amount of light that comes off there, it is absolutely insane. And from a medieval perspective or a fantasy perspective, that's quite impressive. You can see that it looks like billboards. Looks like ads or commercials. But more details is unclear at this moment. And you can hear loud music coming from there as well. Yeah, it's a little bit like a rave almost. But that's as close as you can get during the day.
Did we want to rest overnight, or do you think we can make it there by morning?
Yeah, let's go.
It's all right. All right. Yep. Rather not delay.
If we make it there by morning, we can at least get ourselves situated, find ourselves, lodging, things like that.
Yeah,
and I know that Ingwe is quite excited.
I think I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight from the excitement as well. So, yep, let's carry on.
Okay, and I suppose we'll push on. Celeste will take off her shoes. Carrying her hands, almost crying at this point, just from like.
Ingwe's definitely turning into a horse. I mean, Jacob the player is expecting you all to be like, no, we should wait and sleep another night.
So if Ingwe's a horse, Celeste will definitely be like, please, Ingwe, may I please sit on the horse?
Sure.
Like riding side saddle, just like, and massaging her feet.
And knowing how magic works too. Give me all the stuff before I turn into a horse. John's like, oh, we've got so many heavy things. No, we don't.
Yeah.
They're in the
heavy
pockets.
things.
What heavy things?
My things.
Also, side note, Ingwe is going to, on this trip, put all of the metal thing, he's gathered a collection of, daggers and the blunderbuss and, anything that he's not actually intending to use in those pockets.
All good. They disappear into the pockets as you would expect them to, and it does not show.
So then we don't actually have that much more stuff. Food, all the things. So
definitely wild shape run. Wild shape run. Have a rest. Wild shape run.
Is there anything in particular you want to do overnight then? Or how do you want to proceed?
They're on the back of a galloping horse. I don't think there's much they can do.
Yeah.
Right.
Can't save for exhaustion.
Nah. I'd say that you can, as a horse, it kind of loses the exhaustion. I'd say. I don't think that carries over.
All right. Jean will roll then. No.
Yes,
I guess
you're not
you
sleeping.
have to because you're on top of the horse.
I'm more than happy to.
So is it a Constitution saving throw? Is that what it is?
Yes.
That's a 6.
You get 1 point of exhaustion.
She's on the
19.
back of the horse, just like, I just want to go to sleep. My feet are so sore. Please.
Yeah.
Do I have to make my con save as a horse or an Ingwe?
You don't have to make one.
Oh, okay.
Because as soon as your spell runs out, I think that lasts only a few hours.
1 hour, but I can do it twice, and then I have to rest to do it again.
Right. So I'd say you don't have to, because in my head, if the horse runs like you're not running, it's not really your muscle. So I'd say that you can avoid getting an exhaustion point, at least for now, until I
I
really
rolled really
need it.
high anyway, so
That's great. What did you get, Sean?
19.
So you're fine. You're fine. You've seen worse. You have seen worse.
It's the excitement that's driving me.
Not the fear.
Yeah, no.
Right. I'd say that you shave a bit of time off doing that. So I'd say the next morning, you'll be forced to have a bit of a camp. And maybe rest. But you would be at the base of the city, where the cogwheels start turning.
It's real big, huh? It's real fucking big.
Yes,
Can we-
Jean, we've established that.
Yeah.
How do we go on it?
I think there are just these platforms that we just... I don't know. I don't know if we have to pay. I've never been here.
is there like a line or like an obvious... Ingwe's definitely trying to work out how the social elements of this thing works.
So each of the platforms has a kind of like a chained fence around it, but there is one place where they take the thing off and you can come in, kind of like it's a Ferris wheel. But you also notice that on each of these platforms there is a bar. There is a bar on each of these different platforms, and it takes roughly 45 minutes to get from the bottom to the top.
Mm-hmm.
As this Ferris wheel start going up. There's not a large line because there's quite a bit of an intake each time, but people seem to be hanging around for each of these platforms to go up. And it does look like they are paying.
Guess that's our answer, right? We're doing this thing now? I think, yep.
I want to get up and find a nice hotel and crawl into bed.
Sean's like trying to hype himself up. Yeah, ready. He's like jumping on the spot and shadow boxing.
He's doing like the breaths, like...
Yeah.
He is ready to go.
I'll follow your lead.
Okay. Ingwe's keen. You give me permission. We're on. Let's go.
Now. Oh, okay. Yep.
Right. So you line up to get on the next platform. Right.
Yep.
So the next platform eventually arrives after about 10 minutes because it's in constant motion. Your platform is platform 15. And the bar is called Platform 15. The price to go on is 5 gold
Per person or
per person.
Anyway, we'll pay that for sure.
are we taking it from party funds?
Oh, do we have party funds in this?
I
Nah,
think we
anyways.
do.
Did we do a party fundy thing? Yeah,
Pretty sure we did do party funds at some point.
I think Tam might have
I
taken
think-
that with him.
Damn, had
Yeah.
the party funds.
He had the inventory, I think.
Oh, well.
So Ingwe is going to. We'll figure that one out another time. But the way that this has gone, Ingwe's like, "Yep."
John
Okay.
reaches in and pulls out 5 reluctantly.
No, I would have paid for everyone. I would have paid. I wouldn't have let you guys.
Oh,
Yeah, like if you were like, "I'll follow your lead," then Ingwe's like, "Yes, 5 gold each." Okay, here's the gold. Let's get on the platform 15 thing.
So the guy on the platform taking the money, he looks a little bit like in the 1920s when you had this person that takes you up the elevators. Kind of like a similar uniform. He has a ponytail and no hat, and he says, "Thank you so much, sir. Please come on in.
Like a bellhop.
If you need anything to drink, there's a bar over here where our automated servers can help you with anything that you would like, for a price, of course." And you can see there's a few other people, like a gnome and a dwarf and some humans. They come on and they sit down at the bar. Looks like they're pretty comfortable with this. The barkeep is a robotic creature with 4 arms. And it seems to be cleaning a glass non-stop while using its other 2 hands to serve. It has a little bow tie, but it seems to be sliding back and forth on the bar and helping everyone.
Hello, what's your name?
Hello, my friend. I don't have a name. Oh. I am simply me.
Simply me. That's a cool name.
How can I help you? What would you like?
That's a confusing question. Mr. John, what would we like? What are the
standing
options?
behind you, eyes wide as anything, just staring at this thing. He's got gold in his hand, like he was gonna go to pay you back, and he's just like stunned and frozen, just like.
Don't pay me back. You get us something from Simply Me.
Yep. What the hell is that thing?
Excuse me for 2 seconds. And he slides across and starts talking to the dwarf in dwarvish, and then slides back again. Is there anything that I can help you with, sir?
Is there a menu?
Yes, of course. And he lifts his arm, and between his 2 hands, there is like this display, almost like it's a tablet that shows everything, but it's just in thin air. It's just displaying writing in thin air. It's like different types of drinks and food you can get. There's almost everything that you can possibly think of within human society. There is some dwarven ale as well, but it has a little asterisk saying, "Be mindful of the alcohol level." And as you look at this, the cart shakes a little, and then it starts slowly ascending into the air.
It's moving.
How long does it take until we reach the top?
It takes 45 minutes to reach the end, so if any of you wants to, you can have a sit. There's also, we also have a little area over here with some lounges if you want to sit down. That's also a possibility. Whichever that you feel. We also have karaoke if anyone wants to indulge in that. I try to avoid people doing that, but if you want to, go for it. You have 45 minutes to torture everyone else.
As soon as they said lounge, Jean's like, always touching a surface, moving to a chair of sorts. Even if there's nothing there for a while, he'll go on like all fours for a sec.
There's like slight half walls here and there, specifically for people to use to walk around with, and you can't really go close to the edge because there's these higher walls with like almost metal fencing around them just to protect. But I mean, if you want to look over, you can, but you can't climb over.
He's going to a chair as close to the center of this place as possible and as far away from the windows as possible. And he's going to sit down and just be like, oh,
good.
Don't mind me, just going to stay right here. Every time there's like a bump, just like, grab onto things tighter.
It's quite a smooth ride, actually. It just whinges quite a lot. So it's like, sometimes it sounds a little bit like you think that something's going to fall off, but it doesn't. The wind gets a little stronger further up, but most of the things here are attached in a way where it doesn't really matter.
Fair enough. Yeah. No, John's still holding on for dear life.
Yes. So what would you like, young man?
Oh, I would have picked just would have pressed random buttons.
Okay. That'll be 25 gold, please.
Yep.
So he doesn't take the money. He has like a little slot in his chest where you put the coins in. And then after 2 seconds, he's like, thank you very much for your deposit. And then he starts whipping out this, and he uses all 4 arms. And then a few minutes later, there's 12 drinks of different various states, some of them multiple, whatever you accidentally clicked, with the price of $25. Some alcoholic, some questionable, some dwarven liquor, you name it.
Oh, so we still carry? There's not sit down at Mr. John's table and the drinks all disappear? Like I have to carry them across? Yeah, great. Awesome. Love it.
Well, I mean, that's the option, but maybe there's others. Option.
Spent 3 episodes getting us into trouble to get the 50 gold I've just spent.
That's D&D for you.
Burnt down villages. Massive Ferris wheel!
You have destroyed futures for these drinks. Fair enough. But yeah, there's a few other people on the ride as well. It seems to go pretty gentle. There's some birds that fly by here and there, and they seem to be a little confused by the fact that they literally are getting overtaken by this platform. But other than that, there's not much trouble. It's just a cozy ride. Cozy. And
Celeste will kind of stand as close to the edge as she can, and just as we're moving, just look out over everything as she just grabs one of the random drinks that Ingwe. She just walks past Ingwe to see 25 drinks there. She just grabs a random one.
It's a pina colada.
Just goes and stands, on as close as she can to the edge and just watches out.
It has a little umbrella in it, but the umbrella itself is a cogwheel, so it kind of retracts and it functions as the umbrella would, but it's like a cogwheel that expands. Just
It's cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of tourists.
She'll keep it.
Cool. Yeah, it's a beautiful sight. It's the first time you've really seen anything from the sky like this, and in a way, it reminds you a bit of what happened in the Vision, how everything was seen from above. But it might just be a thought.
She will not share that with John.
Yes. It also reminds you of home a bit. So similar places where you're from also is built into the sky. Not in a similar way, but in a similar height, maybe. And as you stand there and you take in the surroundings, you feel almost like a hand on your shoulder. Hey, sis. How are you going?
Is there a person there?
It's Sonus.
Can I see him, or I just heard him?
No, you can see him. He's sitting there on your shoulder. Hey, how are you? Whoa, that's really fucking high. Ooh, that's high.
What are you doing here?
I just wanted to check in. Like, I'm keeping an eye on Tam, and he's doing better too. I mean, under
You're
the circumstances. Yes, sorry.
I saw
realized
you
this morning that I
disappear.
forgot to inform you that I was okay. Sorry about that. I was very busy with Tam.
Kept me worried for like 3 days.
I'm glad you're worried. Guess that means you do like me a little bit.
We don't need to get into any specifics.
Yeah, that's okay. We don't have to get specific. I just want you to know I'm still here. And if you ever need to talk or anything, just Tam still has that thing. You can still talk to each other. So just let me know if you want to have a chat. I'll try to keep an eye out.
I'm gonna find a way to get you back.
Yeah.
I promise you. I will find a way, or die trying, to bring my family back together.
So when I got hit, something funny happened, right? I was back in the Feywild for a little bit. But it was only for like a few minutes, I think. But I think I was gone for a few days here. You know, it works differently back and forth. Everything looks very different from when I left. I'm a little worried about home right now.
It always looks different. What do you mean?
It looked
looks
a lot
different
less.
by the day.
It looked a lot less colorful where I was.
Well, where were you?
I'm not quite sure. I thought I was home, but it didn't look like it. Anyway, it's probably nothing. It's probably just, you know, when people dream and they like aren't really awake. But it just seemed, it seemed like it wasn't home, but it was home. I'm not sure I went back home. I think I went somewhere else. And I don't really know what that means. It was like gray and there was no life. It was all just drained.
Look, I've got someone looking into this for us. While I'm here, I'm going to see if I can get word to him. And I've got to send him something. And once I have it, hopefully we'll have answers. Because he's looking into something for me, and he told me that he had information, but I haven't been able to get back to him.
Right. Also keep an eye out for that Watex guy.
Yes. Who?
So the guy who caused all the trouble? That caused the Feywild to be shut down?
Oh, right, yes.
That's why I came here, and I don't know where he is anymore. He doesn't seem to be working with Tam's deity anymore.
Well, that's who but that's the person that I met. He's looking into that for me. He's trying to find out more information.
Okay.
He's got tabs, I believe, on Vartex. So.
Okay. That sounds great. I'm glad to hear it. I just wanted to hang out for a little bit. We don't have to talk. I just wanted you to know that I'm not dead.
Do you want to sip?
Ooh. I
Tastes
probably
like
shouldn't, so I will. He blows bubbles for a little bit into the drink. But, yes.
Oh,
Yes.
yay.
For the remainder of the ride, nothing much happens. Most is Sean hanging on to dear life, wishing that it was over. Ingwe trying all these different drinks and investigating every single inch of this place and trying to see how he could potentially break something. And Celeste just hangs out with her brother for a little bit. Eventually, you arrive at the top, and the conductor takes away the chain rope, and leads everyone off. The site that meets you is a platform. It's a very large platform. It is full of colorful houses. Most of them aren't more than 1 or 2 stories high. They're all built in almost crooked shapes, like the Mad Hatter had a house. All of them are built in similar ways, and a lot of people here seems to be wearing outfits that makes them look like automatons or metallic dragons and stuff like that, but it's all just makeup and dressing up. You have now hit Tourist Central. This is just billboards of go to this place and buy these herbs, go to this place and try the wash, and there's a whole bunch of different commercials for a whole bunch of different things. A few of them that stands out is Fordley's and Clockett's, which seems to be a mall or 2 malls, both in the same city. Other than that, there is also a few bars mentioned. One is called the Spiral Staircase. And that one is found in the 8th spin in Cogwheel. Sorry, found in the 8th spins in Cogwheel. And it is found on the 2nd spin of the 8th. There's also a bar called the Cry for Help, which is located inside the Homer Disc Casino. There's the Oceanside Shower Ride, which seems to be a bathhouse? Question mark. There's the Freefall, which seems to be an interactive experience of the mind, which can be found inside the Clockett Mall. There's also Skywagon rides, and as you see this, you also notice that above the city are these little rail cars going between different areas. They look very dangerous, however, but curious. There's also the Travello Skyships, where you can, for 500 gold, book passage to other regions of the realm. The list on the ad goes on to say that they fly to Casa Karun, Luthien, Maradan, Okrulan, or the Kingdom of Quell. That's where this station is. There is also one more bar called The Best Inventor. And that is found in the Platalel market. Can't talk. Platelet market. Now I can speak English. There we go. And there's hundreds and another hundreds of these commercials plastered everywhere. This is what you saw last night from below. All the commercials for all the different places you can go to within this city.
And Bale didn't tell us where to go.
He never tells you where to go.
Yeah.
He just told you to meet you there. And as you step off, you notice a few more things. Sorry.
Yeah.
There is guards here, but they are all autonomous. They all seem to be humanoid figure wearing, it looks almost like it's a piece of armor that just walks around by itself, or where the face is you can't really see anything, but they have little packs on the back, and sometimes you see some of them flying from A to B instead of walking, and they seem to walk completely autonomous by itself, usually in pairs of 2. They're slightly bigger than a human, size of a Goliath maybe. And a few other things fly around in the sky. Some of them are smaller, some are bigger. And as you step off, a group of these little drone-like creatures fly towards you and start scanning you one by one. and you're all asked for your name.
Hi, I'm Ingwe. What's your name?
It doesn't respond.
Oh, sorry. And then Ingwe goes to tell his real name, which is like Ingwe, son of like 10 minutes to tell.
Yeah, all good.
His genealogy.
What about the rest of you?
Jean would wait until his head like looked directly at him, and the moment it does, it just immediately be like Jean Orneville. Yeah.
What? And Celeste?
Celeste.
Right. It does the same with a whole bunch of other people. It's not just you. It just kind of checks what your name is for whatever reason that could possibly be. But you are now left to your own demise.
To our own demise? Is that what you said?
You're in Tourist Central. It's strangely quiet here, but there is other people.
Can I just add as a side note that Jean would have basically peeled himself off that couch from the sweat and anxiety riding up. So he's like sitting there just like, yep, and it's just like...
The entire back half of him is a different color to the front half of him.
Pretty much.
Trying not to look down.
Yeah.
He steps off. Yep, that's fair.
So probably Ingwe too, over the 45, if it's a long journey and we're seeing, he would have like settled in and been like, oh, I think that was a bit silly. I forgot that we have, and then looked up. Is the eye still in the sky?
Yes.
I forgot we've got important things to do. And I just spent a lot of money on not important things. I want to do everything, but which of those things look important?
I don't know if any of them are important, Ingwe.
Like the things that are up on display up there?
Yeah, those ads. Like, I was really excited. Oh man, the Skywagon rides, they look cool. The skyships, I reckon they'd be useful if we need to go somewhere. Not have to do all that walking. Maybe we should go to the best inventor. I don't want to go. I want to go to Cluckett's and Fordley's, but I think we should go to the best inventor.
I mean, it sounds like the kind of place Ball would go to, so it makes sense. I think that's definitely our priority. If we can find Ball, we can figure out what job we need to do and when we need to be there, and then I guess we might have some spare time before then. We could check out some places, some of the ones on the sturdier, bigger platforms, preferably, but yeah.
I would like to find lodging somewhere not in this area. Probably overpriced and we'll pay through the nose for a simple room.
Oh, you want to go to a cheap place? So...
Not necessarily cheap, but not somewhere that's, flashy and has people dressing up, to show you to your rooms and things like that. I don't want it to be themed. I want it to just be a nice, simple hotel with clean sheets and a nice warm bath.
Oh, I think the Cry for Help, that one looked like it was what you're talking about.
Well, we can go find Bal first and have a conversation with him.
And then go and stay at the Cry for Help. Good idea.
We'll have a look and see what it's like.
Yep.
Okay. I saw the ad and they weren't wearing very many clothes, so it must have been a cheap place.
It could be.
Could be very expensive in another way.
You remember that individual you had to care for back in the last city? Kingshelm, remember that you had that gentleman and we went, you had to pick him up from a particular bar that had other goings on there?
Yeah, it looked similar to that ad.
Yeah. Yep, could be.
Well,
All right.
I get
Well,
it now.
I'll follow your lead. Sean's probably going to pull out his bow and use it almost like a walking stick, just to give him like an extra bit of balance, because he just does not feel comfortable. Because the whole thing's moving slowly, right? All the gears.
ever so slightly. You're slightly.
Yeah.
Actually, everyone, I need you all to make a Constitution save.
Hey.
Because you are subject to motion sickness.
Woo!
Both of the cocked options were much better.
Oh, I have disadvantage on. Oh, it's
Con.
no, because I'm exhausted.
Oh, yeah.
So it is disadvantage on ability checks. Doesn't say saves.
Nope,
Does
that's
that-
fine.
I think
Promise.
saves is next. Or the one after. the caution.
You only have 1 point.
Oh, that's number 3. Yeah, so
Yeah.
speed halved is the next one.
10.
10. You feel a little nauseous from all this spinning, but you manage not to throw up. Sean,
16.
you're fine actually. You can feel it, but you've been on a boat once, twice in your life, and yeah, that's right.
It's mostly just caution and worry that's getting him.
Yeah, you're so anxious that you just don't care.
Yep.
And Celeste?
20.
Okay, no problem. You are skilled in the art of motion sickness foo. So, no problem at
She's
all.
been on many a moving vessel.
For anyway, it might have been that second burrito drink. Liquid burrito. But, who knows? Yes. You managed to come off?
Hearty brews.
You come off, and you get scanned, and you take in the tourist attraction, which is the Platte.
All right.
Is there like maps and stuff? Is it like relatively obvious where we're going if we tried to beeline it to?
There is street signs, which are made on cogwheels as well. So every time that a section change, it changes with it. So you can always see which way to go, but the place itself is moving. It's not in the same location. I mean, most of them are spinning around, so it's not like they're a completely different place. But, yes.
Can I try and work out how to get to the best inventor?
So the best inventor is located, let me just find my list here, is in the platelet market. So that is on the left side of the market. So the market itself is the 2 biggest cogwheels, where the 2 malls are located, each of the middle ones of those 2. So it's on the left side. And the beauty of having a city built this way is you can technically just go in a straight line as long as you keep taking into account its turning. There isn't really any dead ends. It's fairly open in that sense.
On the way, are we seeing like all sorts of crazy things to buy? Is that like it's a market?
So as soon as you exit the Platte and you start going into what's known as cogwheel, or the 8 spins, as it's also called, as soon as you step off the tourist area of the Platte, all you see is armies of people trying to peddle you inventions.
Yeah.
Like nail clippers with lights on it so you can cut your nails at night, portable bonfires, and all that kind of stuff. Anything that you can imagine that someone would have made up that isn't really useful, it's there. It's just one person after another trying to sell you different kind of things. One of them is selling a ball that comes back once you throw it. You notice a lot of these individuals, some of them have like cybernetic eyes, and some of them have missing fingers that's been replaced with like cybernetics and stuff like that as well. This is like when you go to one of those markets, like in, for instance, like Egypt I think that one's specifically bad when you go to a market like that. Everyone's trying to sell you something, and you almost have to push your way through. And that's like that for a little bit. Most of this, the 8 spins are pretty much the low end of society that lives here, all trying to make money off whatever they can invent with whatever tools they have.
Let it be known that not only is Jean anxious about being on top of here, but running through a marketplace like that where everyone is trying to get at him and run at him and sell things.
Yeah.
This is Jean's nightmare. He is in the worst of worst places right now for him.
Anxiety.
He's
Cess
just
would
constantly just
like
blocking
have
people.
her arm like through like Jean's like upper arm, like she'd like link like through him.
Right. They aren't.
So
They
she doesn't get
aren't like.
separated.
They aren't like pushing against you in a sense where you wouldn't be able to hold on to Sean, but they're definitely trying to shove a lot of things in his face, like, "Oh, buy this. This is metallic matches, so you can never run out," and stuff like that. It's just one thing after another.
Nope.
Well, this one, record your voice and place it backwards.
I don't like my voice. Stay away from me.
Yeah. It's like that for a bit. And then eventually it dies off a little bit. And it seems like they try to target tourists, it seems, a little bit. And I need each of you to make a perception check.
18.
11.
8.
No, 10.
Right, good to know. Well, unless you want to do something in that market, I'm guessing you're pushing forth to where you're trying to get to. After a little bit, you get to this interesting section where you have to walk from one cogwheel onto another cogwheel. That's a little scary because sometimes you can see through all the way down. But it's not big enough for you to fall through, but you can see the sky beneath you and the ground further down. But after a little bit of watching other people how they do it, you eventually take the plunge and jump over, and it doesn't feel so bad. You get a little used to it, actually. And on the other side, on the Platel market, it is just stalls after stalls and buildings after buildings of bright-colored houses and sheets. This is where all the actual business takes place. Most of these places seem to be selling ordinary goods with a bit of a texomancy flavor. So it might be a belt buckle, but it might be a mechanical belt buckle. But it has a lot of the items that you would expect from a normal market, just a little upgraded, or as they would say, a little better. Within the market, you quickly spot what looks to be an ironed hand sticking up. And on it, it says, "The best inventor."
Alright, this is our stop.
Yep. Settle in, I guess. It's gonna take some getting used to this place.
You also start hearing vague music coming from the speakers now. It wasn't there earlier, but it seems like they're turning it up the further they get to the end of the night.
Get on in, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, go in and see if we can see Ball anywhere.
So the door's like a saloon door, kind of the same shit. As soon as you go through, it rings a little bell and says, "Welcome, stranger." The bar itself is set up as an American diner with leather seats and little cubicles and little bar stools, all in red leather. And behind the counter, there is not an automaton, there is a half-orc man, polishing glasses, as everyone who has ever worked at a bar has done millions of times. There's a lot of people in there. but it's not crowded. It's a big place, so it's not too bad. In the corner, you see a familiar little halfling man, sparing on the hair, gold tooth, and a smirk.
Of all the bars in all the town, we
knew
have
it.
to wander into the one that he was in.
Well, I'll be honest, you picked the one that I put him in.
Yep.
I thought for sure he was like following us or something, then ran in quickly.
Maybe he did. No.
Dimension door. Hey, I've been here the whole
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Sean would sort of just turn to the others at that moment, just be like, "Do you reckon once he gives us a job, he just goes to that like a bar all day, every day until we rock up?"
Sounds like a pretty good job to me.
I mean, yeah.
He just waits there.
All right, let's go have a chat.
I need to sit down.
Yep.
Hey, Bal, how you going?
Oh, hello, my friend. How you doing? Good to see all of you. Please sit down and have a drink or some food. I heard the burgers here are really good.
What is a burger?
So it's a bun with meat in it, and then you eat it.
Is it like bread and meat?
Let me give you one. Can
Like
I
a
have
sandwich?
some? Can I have some more burgers, please?
Can
Right.
I have one without people in it?
I don't think there's any. Oh, I get what you mean. Sorry. Yeah. All right. Can I have a veggie, please? Yes. Thank you. And you are served with a selection of burgers. Some vegetarian, some not so vegetarian, with boar meat, which is really delicious.
Ooh. Someone has had a boar meat burger before.
Yeah, that's why I put it in there. It's best burger in my life. Yes. But it's very tasty, and there's a little bit of tomato and lettuce and cheese and ketchup. It is very much like an American diner. Right. It's been a while since I've seen you. I hope you're all okay. I heard about what happened with Tam, and I feel sorry about that. I went to have a visit, and he seems to be doing fairly okay under the circumstances.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yes, he seems to be doing all right, and I just hope you're all right too. It's never easy to part with a friend, even if it's not permanently.
It almost was.
Really? I'm not really sure what you've been up to. I haven't really heard from you for a little bit, but last I heard, you were fighting someone within the court. I remember that.
Yes, our old friend Death.
Right. Whatever that means.
Well, that was his name, Death.
It's ominous.
Yep.
How have you been, Bal?
You know, I always got a little bit of everything to do. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little bit of making jobs for everyone.
Make the world go round.
Well, we're here, right? Yeah.
Right.
Also, that was really good. Can I get another one?
Yeah. And we have another one for my friend here. He's taking a liking. Right. How's the tent going? Still good?
Yeah. I thought it was going to eat us for a little bit, but otherwise it's good.
Right.
Unrelated.
Eat?
We got eaten by a house. Sorry, it just...
What?
Yeah, it was a bug.
You have the strangest stories.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, these would make good stories for you anyway. I mean, swallowed by a house.
Spat out by a
Yeah,
bug.
they're great.
Well, I mean, the reason I asked you about the tent is actually my supplier. She's from here.
Excellent.
So if any of you wanted to have anything special made, you can go have a talk with her. But that's of course up to you.
New tents or new?
Well, I mean, you've seen her handiwork, so I guess that you can gather what she can do and what her specialty is, at least.
Where's she at?
She is in the... Why did I not write that on there? She is in the Platel Market. She's not so far away from here.
Markets, yeah.
She's called Madame Madrinas.
Lovely name.
If any interest to you, of course. If not, then don't worry about it. But
So
that's where I get
interesting.
most of my stuff done. Like there's the stuff that you had for the celebration as well. That's from there too.
Still have
So-
that dress.
Yeah, it's yours to keep. It was a beautiful selection of tailored goods.
Them celebration clothes were real nice.
But I still keep mine. Sometimes I wear it around the house when no one's there.
That's couldn't be more on point for you, sir.
Thank you. I think it made me look really dashing.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's talk business. I guess that's why you're here, right? So
Let's
I
talk.
have an interesting job. It's a bit of an escort mission, but not really. You'll be escorting a box.
Right.
Like a box.
It's this size box. Yes. It is an. The content is a little questionable in nature. So we've been hired to escort it to the other end of the city.
Box.
Yes. Individual by the name of Moans has come across an artifact which may be more powerful than initially expected. And it may need to be investigated by the high scientist. However, there's been a lot of rumors of strange activities throughout the city. It's hard to explain, but there's been a lot of different sightings. Some mention they've seen orcs. Some mentions they've seen kobolds. Some have even said that they saw a beholder. It's quite curious because there's been no signs of these creatures, but there has been a lot of these sightings, and some people tend to say that they've seen other people do things they didn't do. There's a lot of strange activity going on in the moment, and just to be safe, that's why we've been hired to move this box from point A to point B. But once it reaches point B, you also need to move it to point C. If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Right.
Sure.
This pays
Are they-
500 gold.
500 gold, which is the same amount that we got for our previous escort job.
Yes, that is correct. It's a pretty good hire.
Well, that's
But
for
this
moving a
feels like
box.
it's a lot more dangerous than that.
I'm not sure. I try to negotiate as much as possible, but this seems to be a delicate matter. 500 gold is quite a lot.
See, I was thinking almost the opposite. I thought previously we were escorting some of the most important people in the city, if not the most important people of the realm. Whereas this time we're just escorting a box with something funky in it.
Well, something
Yeah.
that could have the potential to blow up as we're carrying it.
I have been informed that it is not dangerous to individuals using, touching, or anyway shaking it. But it does
Okay.
have a function that can be used in an incorrect way. And that's why we need to be careful. And we probably shouldn't talk too loud about it, but that is the job. It is not until tomorrow, however. So you have a bit of time before then.
There you go, Ingwe. We got some time.
Can we go and see that, Madam Madrinas?
Yeah, you
I
free
don't
to
wanna
do.
I spent a bit too much money when we arrived because I was a bit excited. We should probably have a bit
Happens
of
to
chat
all of
about,
us here.
about, like, I was trying to save money to help your family, Mr. John, and we keep getting distracted.
Come on now, don't you worry about that. That's my concern. I'll get that sorted as we're going. Which, by the way, and pulls out 5 gold and puts it on the table, slides it over Tingway, and just goes, "That's for getting us in. You didn't have to cover that, but I appreciate it."
No, that's all right. You got the food in the bar.
I got the food in the bar.
Yeah. Remember, I said pay me back by getting the food in the bar.
I didn't pay for anything. Did we steal the food?
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely paid.
Can I do an intelligence check to see if I remember what's going on or something? Yeah, I don't know. What should I roll? What should I do?
I rolled 9 for persuasion.
Just a general intelligence check with your modifier, I guess.
General intelligence. -1 to my intelligence, so an 11.
Seems on the low. Seems fine.
No, because Inkway rolled lower. For
Oh, did you?
persuasion.
Sorry, I misunderstood what he said.
He rolled a 9, I think you said.
Sorry, I thought you said 9 plus something. Cool. Yeah, well, in that case, then yeah, that's weird. You didn't really pay.
I mean, keep pretty close tabs on my money. I've got.
That's all right. I'll take it.
All right.
Well,
I'm so
while
confused.
we're here,
Right.
just quickly, do you know of any lodgings in the area that aren't, themed?
Well, there's, I guess, 2 places other than this. There's the spiral staircase. It's not necessarily that fancy. This is a pretty good medium. There's also the casino one, the cry for help. If you wish, it's a little bit more expensive, but it feels a little bit more like a hotel if you've ever been to one of those.
I just want to go somewhere normal that has clean sheets and doesn't feel like it's in the middle of a,
In the air.
no, the carnival.
Oh, that's just the beginning. Most of these is all tourist attraction stuff. After a while, you get used to it. It just becomes part of the flair of it. Just watch out sometimes when they deliver some of the packages from the mall. You can get quite close to a near miss.
Near miss of what?
Oh, the little flyy things. Like delivery packages.
Oh, those, right.
Yes.
Yes. I'll keep my wits about me.
Also, if I may ask, the sort of metal people that are around.
Yes.
Yeah. What realm are they from? What are they called? I don't want to offend one if I'm. speaking to one incorrectly. Or...
I believe that they've been created here. I'm obviously not an artificer, but I believe that they have been created here to serve a specific purpose, which is that this place almost is self-governed. So they are under the control of the High Scientist, which is on my other notes. Lutherian Dalatinus, who is pretty much in charge of their science division, and his right-hand lady, if you can say that.
And so, does that mean this sounds like a crazy question from me, but maybe it sounds more normal to you? Does that mean then not alive?
Well, I mean, it depends on how you value life and how you kind of measure that. They're not born like you and me. They don't have a soul necessarily. Some things, I guess, can be taught. I don't know. Most of them seems to be more like a autonomous machine performing actions like, for instance, if you had a robot or something like that. That would just simply just clean your house every day at 5.
A
That-
robot.
Autonomous,
You mean a rowboat?
machine. No, it's a robot. It's another word for automaton, which is another word used frequently around here. They have they're like tools. They have functionality. They don't feel pain. They don't feel greed or love or hate or anything like that. They're simply they're no different than if you have a plow in the ground. It's a tool that serves a
I understand
purpose.
that reference.
Without the direction of the tool, there's no use for the tool.
Yep.
So the purpose is for these to keep this place safe, and they're doing a good job at it. Most people don't want to have a fist fight with a metal machine.
That makes sense. I imagine punching metal would hurt.
Absolutely fascinating.
Yeah.
Wonder if they have
Parker
memories.
understood.
That is something that I cannot really elaborate on. I don't really know much about that kind of stuff. If you want to, if you can have a chat with Mana Leona. She is second in command of Lutherian. She's the one who has created them.
Okay.
She's fairly easy to spot if you see her. She usually doesn't come out a lot, but she's a female goblin.
Oh.
And she has one arm, which is mechanical, so you'd be pretty easy to spot her.
Interesting.
She's rather a sweet young lady, to be honest. Very talented.
I got other questions, but I'll keep them to myself for now.
Right.
All right, and we got this job. You said it kicks off tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow morning, I would say, is a good start.
And do we have to go to a particular location for it?
It will begin here. So
Alright.
we will move it from here. But there is a little bit of way from here to go. So it's been divided into stages, so to speak. So if you take it from here, you need to meet a contact. This contact is called Jane. Jane Laurie. She will meet you at your next stop, which I will give you tomorrow for safety reasons.
Understood.
And then from there, you will pass it on to stage 2, where you will hand it over to Lutherian himself.
All right.
Yes.
Well, it all seems rather straightforward. Meet here,
Yes.
grab the box, take it to point A, take it to point B, take it to point C, and
Yes.
collect.
Yes.
Surely nothing can go wrong with a simple walk through the city.
Well, I mean, it is just security, I guess. It's just to be safe, just in case. Yes.
All right.
Perfect.
Well, I don't know how much sunlight we got left, but if you want to go check out some places anyway, I'm happy to tag along. We could try to find a place to stay. You were saying Celeste, right? Interested in
Can I
that?
stay here?
I mean, if you want, it's all very... Alright, we can stay here.
Mr. Bow, can we stay here?
If you want to. I mean, there's plenty of room, I believe. I can arrange for that, of course.
Awesome.
All right.
Do you want a room each?
Oh, I can buy.
Whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll get you a room each. And he steps down and walks over to the bar, and after a few minutes he comes back. All sorted. And he gives each of you a little key card. You have a room upstairs if you wish to have a nap. Some of you look a little bit more tired than others, but that is, of course, up to you. I think
Yeah,
I'll be
maybe
heading
so.
off. I need to go to the bathhouse and maybe a little bit to the casino afterwards. But we'll see.
Casino.
I will leave that one with you. But I'll be heading off. So I will see you all tomorrow morning at, let's say, 10.
All right.
Well, see you all then.
See you then.
And he pays for their food and walks off.
Oh, thank you for the burgers.
All good.
Burgers. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but they're really good. I appreciate it.
All good.
John's going to slowly turn and just look to see what the others do with the key card because he does not understand why he was given a card.
Celeste is
like, oh, you're rude.
confused
Here
as
you go.
well.
It just
Just like,
It has the instructions on the back. Swipe in front of door lock. Will unlock door. Don't forget to lock door when leaving.
so say our room number on the card.
Yes.
Just gonna say, well, I'm going to go and have a nice bath. Maybe have a lay down, soak my feet. And if you want, we can meet back down here for dinner. I mean, the place outside looks like it's going to be alive for quite some time, so I'm more than happy to go out after dinner if you'd like and have a look around.
sure. Sounds good to me.
But I need to rest my weary bones from all that travelling that we did, my poor feet.
Fair. You want to chill for a bit too, anyway, and we'll go from there. Or,
Yeah. Let's go. Let's hang out and let's have a think about. We've got to work out this money thing. It's very confusing.
Fair. Very fair.
Right. So you hang out for a little bit, and you go to bed, Celeste, and finally get some sleep. Sean.
Yep.
As you're dozing off a little bit and you're having a conversation with Engway, you hear a voice in your head.
Sean Ortonsfall. This is the Storm Lord. I have been watching you. I want you to make me proud.
And that's all you hear.
He's
And that's-
business.
We'll leave it.
Yeah. Yep. Cool.
You can
Cool.
respond. You can respond to
I
what
know,
you.
I was just gonna say he's just gonna sit there like silently, just like if he was dozing off when that happened. Just imagine his eyes would snap open and he'd just like stop and just stare forward for again like solid fun. This has been a roller coaster of days, and he just stare blankly.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Stormlord.
Yeah, that's where we'll leave it.
Cool, man, cool. All right.
A little bit of everything.
What a twist.
Indeed.
I
So,
literally thought it when it was like, Sean, I was like, this is your father.
well, okay. Yeah, well, I think that's where we leave it this time, and then we'll continue on from there next time. But let's raid some people.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I was
I rolled a 4, so that's. Yeah.
Natural 1. Or is it 7? No, it's definitely a 1.
the 7.
What did you get, Celeste?
I got natural 1.
So Jacob is 8, I think.
Am I the winner?
Yeah, you said 8, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow, yeah, you won with an 8. That's just how we roll, apparently. Let's hear some options.
Okay, so
It's been one of them days.
let's see. We got. That's a rerun. That's a rerun. That's also a rerun.
What about Paladin's game? What's that?
Or
Yeah.
that's some rando thing.
I was gonna say, I'm like, I don't
Someone
see that, but maybe.
I don't know how to Twitch.
There's Eldritch Scribe is doing the Raiders of Yozgrim.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Einstein and Barbers also doing their first stream of the year.
Okay.
There is, and there seems to be a stream called the Odyssey.
Is that the one with Jack Black?
They're generating they're generating a random player character for their special guest, so they're doing a creation stream.
Okay.
Oh yeah, let's do that one. That'll be different and interesting.
Yeah. Alrighty, I'll load it up now.
Let's go. Remember, Monsters and Radam.
I went out to look, and it gave me more ads.
I installed an ad block, and the first thing it did was give me an ad. What?
Ad block?
You had one
Oh,
job.
it's only one ad now.
Yeah, but it's just to add every single time I open my my browser. So
People got to get that revenue, boys.
yes, we need to get some ad removal programs, which is why we need subs.
Yeah.
That's the level we're at right now. So good.
Sweet. Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. We're
Yeah,
good
that's
to
great.
go. It is loading it up. We got 5 seconds before we can raid.
Cool.
But yeah.
Don't
gonna
forget
be
the
great.
casting call in by this Friday.
Yes.
That's
Very
it.
exciting. Come join our Discord for all the info. Then you could be part of the cool
One of
mayhem.
Yes.
You could be here. Wait,
You could be
here.
Here.
It's the wrong
I
side
think.
every time I do it. It's the wrong
I
side.
think it's here.
Yep.
Yes. Right between
Yeah.
these two individuals and below all the cogwheels. That's what
Sweet. Alrighty. Raiding out. Catch you guys. 3, 2, 1.
Bye.
Boom. And we've raided.